Good morning, members, colleagues from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and welcome to the Portfolio Committee. We last had this engagement when the first budget was just introduced, and then we had to stop because of the adjustment to the budget and the change of the Parliament's program. So we are going to proceed today with our session. So this is the 2025-26 financial year. Mark the start of the last 5 years phase of implementation of the National Development Plan Vision 2030. Hence, the Department of the DSTI and the entities that report to it have tabled their 2025-2030 strategic plan along with their 2025-2026 annual performance plan. So in the portfolio committee will then consider these plans in conjunction with the 2025 and 2026 435, which is Science, Technology and Innovation Estimates of National Expenditures. So the observation and recommendation that will emanate from these deliberations will then subsequently form the substance of the committee's 2025 budget report on 435. So we're going to proceed now, but in our proceeding, we are going to then receive an update from the updated change on the strategic plans of the department and their APPs. Then we will then receive the strategic plans and the annual performance plans from CSIR and SANSA. So that is what our meeting is going to focus on today. You are all welcome. I can see the agenda is cited and everyone can see the agenda. So we are on apologies. Shanaz, do we have any apologies?
Yes, good morning, Chairperson and everybody on the platform. The apologies we received were from the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Minister concluded his engagements in China, and we were informed that he's traveling back today, Chairperson. Deputy Minister again has other engagements in Ghana, and so she will not be able to attend our meeting today. I did not receive any apologies from the side of our members, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanaz. So can we then get a mover for the adoption of the agenda with the said apologies? Honorable Mkhunu.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. And I wish to move for the adoption of the agenda as it is, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhunu. Again, Honorable Mazzoni.
Chair, I'd like to second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, honorable members. The agenda has been duly adopted and seconded. We are now going to move and hand over the session to the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation to actually lead the presentation. You'll also forgive me, I'm a bit down on flu, so you will let me know where you cannot hear me properly, but I'm able to move with the meeting. Can we allow I don't know if it's DG or who's going to lead the department's presentation to take the floor?
The DG is here, Chair.
Oh, DG, you are welcome, and then you are welcome to take over the session and lead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members, the deputy directors, the deputies, director generals, and everyone on the call. As you have received the apologies from our minister and the deputy minister chair, I will also just want to reiterate and extend their sincerest apologies. We must also extend our deepest apologies, Chairperson. The presentation that we are going to deliver has been revised compared to the one that was earlier shared with the members. And the reason was that we wanted to be quite specific and enable members to see exactly the type of changes that have been made, rather than assumed that members would have understood them based on reading the document. So that's the real reason why we amended, and for that we profusely apologize, Chair and honorable members. And then so maybe Kuku, please project. Okay, so let's move to the next slide, please. Chairperson, we have a brief presentation, roughly 15 slides. The first part is just to contextualize the presentation, and then the second set of slides will talk to the alignment between the medium-term development plan and the department's commitments. And then the third one, we provide the details regarding the changes that have been made, which are not significant, but nevertheless are quite important. And then we will conclude the presentation. It's just a reminder, Chairperson, that when the heads of state and government met in 2024, they adopted what is called the Pact of the Future under the rubric of the United Nations, which has essentially characterized our world as the world in transition, which is undergoing profound global transformation. In particular, they observed the rise in catastrophic and existential risks, many of which were caused by the choices that we make as people, with fellow human beings that are enduring terrible suffering. And the heads of state then said that if we do not change the course, we risk tipping into a future of persistent crisis and breakdown. Yet, they also argued that we should also see this moment as a moment of hope and opportunity. So this global transformation is a chance for renewal and progress grounded in our common humanity, advances in knowledge, science, technology, and innovation could deliver a breakthrough to a better, more sustainable future for all. And the heads of state further recognize that our world systems are plagued by intersecting polycrises such as inequality, development, financing, the climate crisis, and the impact of new technologies. In the words of the UN Secretary General, in all these areas, progress is slipping out of reach as our world becomes more unsustainable, unequal, and unpredictable. Conflicts are raging, the climate crisis is accelerating, inequalities are growing, and new technologies have unprecedented potential for good and bad. The next slide. When we zoom in to our local conditions, Chairperson, we remain confronted with what some call the South Africa's unfinished legacies. And if South Africa is to be a true democracy, we must transform the legacies of the 3 centuries of colonialism and apartheid, which are manifesting themselves in terms of the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. If we look back since 1994, we've seen successive governments that have been committed to creating a better life for all, with emphasis on inclusion of Black people and Africans in particular into the mainstream of a transformed economy. With the advent of the current 7 administration in 2024, government has resolved to dedicate the next 5 years to 3 strategic priorities, namely drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living, build a capable and ethical and developmental state. To the extent that science, technology, and innovation is indispensable to all our policy efforts to tackling these 3 overarching challenges. It is for this reason, honorable members, that the minister has adopted a motto that is placing science, technology, and innovation at the center of government, education, society, and industry. This slide, Chair, just summarizes our journey in transforming the South Africa science, technology, and innovation system since 1994. And of course, the 2 points that we would like to make, and it's just a reminder, but it's also a framework that's guiding our work, is that in 2019, we saw the adoption of the white paper on science, technology, and innovation, which was followed up by its implementation plan, the decadal plan. And the emphasis there is on socio-economic development, environmental sustainability, developmental and capable state in a rapidly changing world. So in other words, our work seeks to improve the impact of science, technology, and innovation on social economic development. And so this slide helps us to capture how we see the decadal plan impact pathway in terms of, at an impact level. We're looking at society, environment, and the economy. The decadal plan, of course, as we are all aware, has set priorities, including the modernization of manufacturing, agriculture, and mining, and has identified digital and circular economy as new sources of growth. And it seeks to promote new large programs in health, energy, as well as contributing towards innovation-enabled capable state, and also has identified 3 societal grand challenges. And some of the key strategic enablers include the human resources for STI, an expanded transformed research system, an enabling environment for innovation, and an expanded and targeted strategic internationalization, inclusive coherent and coordinated national system of innovation and increase funding for STI. And also, there are drivers that have been identified, including the monitoring, evaluation, and policy learning, responsible research and innovation, transformative change, and sustainability transitions. The three MTDP strategic priorities, as we have mentioned, strategic priority 1 is inclusive growth and job creation. Strategic priority 2 is reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. The third one is a capable, ethical, and developmental state. STI chairperson contributes across all the strategic priority, 3 strategic priorities, and this is reflected in our strategic plan through a cross-cutting approach that we have adopted. In particular, of course, notwithstanding the department is principally linked to strategic priority 1 with a direct contribution to outcome 6, which is a dynamic STI ecosystem for growth, which is monitored and tracked through the economic cluster as well as the ICTS cluster. And in particular, there are 3 sets of indicators that have been identified and articulated in the MTDP. The first one, the increased share of the national budget allocated to developing STI capabilities, human resources, and research infrastructure to enhance innovation capacity, strengthen research and development ecosystems, and support sustainable socio-economic growth. If you look at the baseline, you can see that in 2023-2024, there was about 34.1 billion rand, which we're able to source from the annual report on government funding for science, technology, and activities, STAs produced by the department. The medium-term target is 68.5 billion in government funding. And then at the end of the term target, it's 120.5 billion in government funding. The second intervention indicator is the increase in the quantum of investment by the private sector into research, development, and innovation. This is a new indicator, Chairperson. We don't have a baseline. So here we're looking at government investment that is measured at a ratio of 1-to-1 level between government and the private sector. And then, of course, we see that improving over time at the end of the term to 1 level between government and the private sector. The third intervention indicator is the rand value of the private sector investment in public-private research and innovation partnerships. The baseline is 300 million. We envisage that that should grow to 500 million in the medium term and to a billion at the end of the term. So specifically, Chairperson, in respect of the strategic plan, as well as the 2025-26 APP, we have updated the forward. We have articulated much more precisely and better the kind of initiatives that we'll be pursuing in the next 3 to 5 years. We have also updated the external environmental scan to reflect broader geopolitical dynamics and global STI shifts. And this is important to make sure that our work is informed, but also we draw some useful lessons from the trends that we're observing. And then much more specifically, Chair, and from here, these are the slides that necessitated us to revise the earlier presentation. So, as I said, there are no major changes, but nevertheless, even the minor changes we wish to record here. If we look at Program 1, which include institutional planning and corporate services, the changes were in the weighting of the output indicators, no changes in the annual and or quarterly targets. In respect of Program 2, the technology innovation, we effected minor changes in the weighting of the output indicators, as well as we could see only increase in targets, no changes in the annual or quarterly targets. So specifically, the indicator that refers to a number of technology-based enterprises, financial and non-financially supported, to commercialize locally developed innovative solutions in the designated areas of bioeconomy, space science, hydrogen, and energy. So we will see the increase from 30 to 40 in the 2025-2026. 2026 to 2027 financial year, where the increase will move from 35 to 45. And then 2027-28, the increase will move from 40 to 50. The new indicator added, so we've added a new indicator referring to a number of Black emerging farmers benefiting from technology/innovation support programs. In respect of Program 3, which is International Cooperation and Resourcing, quarterly targets or indicators have been tightened to track progress on multilateral, bilateral, and Africa-focused STI partnerships more rigorously. One indicator, you could see that it's reducing across the current financial year and the subsequent years. So in particular, the number of new initiatives with international partners to support international mobility for the NSI in 2025 to 2026, such initiatives will be reduced from 10 to 6, 2026 to 27, from 11 to 7, 2027 to 28, from 12 to 8. The indicators that will see increase will include a number of new international initiatives seeking to strengthen national, regional, and continental innovation ecosystems. In 25-26, we will see such initiatives increasing from 8 to 12, 2026 to 27 from 9 to 12, 27 to 28 from 10 to 14. Again, a number of, again, when we continue with Program 3, a number of new initiatives agreed with international partners in support of historically disadvantaged institutions. In 2025-26, the initiatives will increase, the new initiatives will increase from 8 to 9, 2026-27, and 2027 to 28, they will increase from 9 to 10. The number of new initiatives with international partners focusing on innovation and SME/innovator support will increase from 8 to 10 in 25-26, and 9 to 11 in 26-27, 10 to 12 in 2027 to 2028. And then the number of recommendations based on engagements with global science leaders to advance national priorities in multilateral forums will increase from 4 to 10 during this current financial year, and from 4 to 10 between 2026, 27, 27, regarding Program 4, minor changes, sorry, the previous slide, minor changes in the wording of the output indicators were effected, no changes in the annual or quarterly targets. So one indicator has been reduced for this year and the upcoming years, and that is number of successfully completed policy actions enabling targeted and directed research across all financial years. It's reduced from 6 to 5. And then 2 indicators reduced for upcoming years, namely the number of Black female researchers awarded research grants as reflected in the NRF, the National Research Foundation project reports, not in this financial year, but next 2 financial years, 2026, 27, from 450 to 425, and then down from 450 to 400 in 27, 28. Number of successfully completed policy actions advancing marine, Antarctic, and paleosciences in South Africa will be reduced in 2027-28 financial year from 7 to 5. And then the last one, it's program 5. So the changes were, it's minor changes in the wording of the output indicators, no changes in the annual and quarterly targets. So Chairperson, those are some of the changes that we have effected and therefore seek to formally present to the Portfolio Committee for consideration. Thank you very much, and we'll be happy, Chair, to take questions and comments, and the team will be willing to provide responses. Thank you very much. I'm done, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, teacher. Thank you. I thought you were going to lead it to CSIR and SANSA.
Okay. No, thank you, Chairperson. May I therefore extend the invitation to CSIR to present. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Vuyani Jakana. I'm the Chairperson of the CSIR. We appreciate the opportunity to present the Shareholders Compact. With me is the CEO of the CSIR and his executive team. And with your permission, Chair, I will hand over to Dr. Dlamini to actually start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jahan. I'm trying to share my screen, but I seem to be having a problem. Let me try again. And please let me know if you are able to see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it from my side, Dr. Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jahan. And also, I want to greet the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Director General of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and the executives from the department, as well as the Chairperson of the CSR Board and executives from the CSIR. So this is the outline of the presentation that we will be sharing with the honorable committee this morning. The Chairperson will do an overview. We'll then talk about the mandate and a brief overview of what the CSIR is about. We'll reflect on our key performance indicator targets for this financial year, we had included in the presentation a section which speaks to our response to the comments that we had received from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation on the last draft shareholder compact of the CSIR. We will not speak to these comments. We just included them here for completeness. So we'll skip this section, but the committee has that in the pack. We'll then reflect on key strategic initiatives, a summary, because there's so much that we do in the organization. It would not be possible for us to talk to everything. We'll talk about CSIR C-Cubed, our commercialization enterprise. We'll reflect on our partnerships in Africa, talk about the initiatives we are driving, supporting human capital development, reflect on issues of financial sustainability and good governance. And then lastly, we'll talk about some of the risks and challenges that we see in the horizon. So I'd like to invite the chair of the CSR board to talk us through this slide, please. Over to you, Mr. Chakana. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini, and thank you, Chair and the members. And in terms of the mandate of the CSIR, we all know that CSIR is a critical player in the national systems of innovation, and our biggest focus now is to drive commercialization and translation of intellectual property for impact in industry, government, and society. I am not going to read all the slides, all the points on the slides as they are. Save to emphasize our strategy is that of intensifying industrialization in South Africa, and of course is aligned with the National Science and Technology Innovation Policy and the decadal plan. We remain focused on ensuring that we are able to localize IP and also focus on technologies that can drive import substitution, but also build a strong industrial base for South Africa, especially from an intellectual property point of view. So we are working very hard towards financial sustainability through careful management of resources, obviously diversifying our income, looking at what comes from government as a client, what comes from private sector, but also what comes from international clients. So our big focus is on sustainability, but obviously pushing research and development. We had launched the C-Cubed entity that is focusing on commercializing the IP, the deep expertise and intellectual property that fit inside CSIR, blending it with industry with a view of bringing in also investors that could come through and look at early stage investment to actually make sure that our IP finds impact in meaningful projects and interventions in both government, private sector, and civil society. CEO, I'm going to leave it there, save to emphasize that for CSIR to continue to do its work, funding becomes super important. Aging infrastructure base remain an impediment to us attaining our mandate, but also building technological capability. I think, Chairperson, presenting this shoulder compact at the time where technology is key to national sovereignty, and we think CSIR is a key element, a key instrument that government could use to actually deal with some of the challenges on the technology side that could enable that South Africa over a period of time to be self-sufficient, or at least provide some of the critical services from a domestic or own IP and not rely on foreign nations significantly. This is how we see most nations develop. They started building their own base to actually ensure that national sovereignty is sustained. CEO, I'll end there with just as an opening overview from our side and from the board perspective, and let you present the detail.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chakana, for that. So I'll move on then to, as we always do, to reflect on the mandate of the CSIR. We make it a point that we talk about this because everything that we do within the organization is informed by our mandate, which comes out of the CSR Act. And our mandate says that we are expected to undertake directed research, and we emphasize directed. that our work must be directed towards creating impact in industry, in government, as well as in society. So we undertake directed research and technological innovation that must foster scientific and industrial development. And our interpretation of scientific and industrial development is that the science that we undertake within the CSIR must drive industrial development. It must contribute towards the creation of a capable state, and it must contribute towards addressing the socio-economic challenges that our country is facing. And we hope that through our conversation this morning, we'll be able to illustrate how we intend to respond to this mandate. The mandate goes further to say that everything that we do within the CSIR ought to contribute towards improving the quality of lives of the people of South Africa. Of course, we're expected to work in cooperation with the public and the private sector, both locally and internationally. So partnerships and collaboration are also at the heart of what we do, primarily because everything that happens within the CSIR is not for the CSIR. We do it to serve government, we do it to serve industry, we also do it to serve society. So this is what our mandate says. It's a very broad mandate. If you compare it, for instance, to mandates of other science councils within South Africa, in the sense that it doesn't say which sectors we ought to operate as a CSIR or which industries we ought to enable. That is left up to us to decide. We've then taken this mandate and extracted from it a vision as well as a mission statement. Now, our vision is that we see ourselves as accelerators of socio-economic prosperity in South Africa through leading innovation. And how we achieve this vision is contained in our mission, that we will collaboratively innovate and localize technologies. I think the chair spoke to the issue of import substitution. Localization is a critical component of what we are trying to do within the CSIR. But we don't only end there. We also see ourselves providing knowledge solutions for the inclusive and sustainable advancement of industry and society. So our contribution to industry and society is not only through technology, but also through knowledge that we contribute to the partners that we work with. We are guided by a set of values which spell out the word EPIC. We strive for excellence in everything that we do, and quality, of course, not perfection, but we strive for excellence. We see ourselves as a people-centered organization. We respect diversity and conduct ourselves in a manner that upholds the dignity of each and every person that we encounter, be it employees of the CSIR or the partners that we work with in terms of the work that we do. We conduct ourselves, we act with integrity in all our engagements. We respect the trust that our colleagues and stakeholders place on us as a CSIR. We believe in collaboration and we organize ourselves to drive collaboration within the organization, but also the work that we do is informed by a desire to collaborate. As I said earlier in our mandate, that the work that we do within the CSIR is not for us, but is to serve and address the interests of government, industry, as well as society. Our strategic intent, our impact statement, is that through our strategy, which we implemented for the first time in 2019-2020, we wish to contribute towards the inclusive and sustainable growth of the South African economy. At the same time, also, we wish to grow the business of the CSIR. We wish to contribute towards improving the sustainability and competitiveness of South African enterprises through the work that we do, through the technology that we transfer to South African industries to make them competitive locally as well as globally. But at the same time also, we want to ensure that the CSIR is sustainable from a financial point of view, but also from the resources that we require to do the work that we do within the CSIR. We wish to contribute towards creating impact from the commercialization of the intellectual property that we generate within the CSIR, leading to the establishment of new enterprises, but at the same time also create impact through the transfer of technology and knowledge to contribute towards the creation of a capable state. And then lastly, the point that the DG referred to, driving the conversation around the relevance of innovation is a key enabler for sustainable industrial development and the creation of a capable state within South Africa. Our work or the implementation of our strategy rests on these 5 pillars that are indicated in this slide. So these are the pillars which enable us to do the things that we need to do to deliver on our strategy. The first one is our operating model, which consists of clusters, divisions, as well as portfolios, which house the SCT capabilities, but also the support capabilities that enable us to do the work that we do within the organization. We invest in the development of relevant human capital to ensure that we have access to the skills and capabilities that we need to do the work that we intend to do in the CSIR. We also invest in state-of-the-art infrastructure, because people without infrastructure will not be able to deliver on the strategy that we are pursuing within the organization. So we need to ensure that we have infrastructure that is state-of-the-art, that enables us to perform cutting-edge research and technology, an area which requires significant investment going forward. The fourth one is that we have to continuously invest in the development of new capabilities, future-facing capabilities that will ensure that the CSR remains relevant today, but also in the future. And then lastly, is to ensure that we have enabling support environment, which is agile, digitally enabled, efficient, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. We have set ourselves 5 strategic objectives. The first 3 talk to outputs, outcomes, and impact, and the last 2 talk to capabilities, governance, as well as sustainability. So the last 2 are more internally focused, whereas the first 3 are looking at the impact that we wish to create outside of the CSIR. The first strategic objective is that we want to conduct research and development of transformative technologies and accelerate their diffusion. The second one is about the role that we play as a CSIR to improve the competitiveness of high-impact industries to support South Africa's re-industrialization. The third one is about the role that we play to support the development of a capable state through research, development, and innovation activities that we undertake within the CSIR, and ultimately contributing towards socio-economic transformation within the country. The fourth objective is about building and transforming human capital and infrastructure. And the fifth one is about diversification of income, maintaining financial sustainability, as well as ensuring that we have a culture of good corporate governance within the CSIR. And we've set ourselves then key performance indicators that speak to the things that we wish to do and measure on a day-to-day basis to ensure that we deliver on these 5 strategic objectives that we've set for ourselves. The areas of focus of the CSIR are indicated in this slide. There are 9 areas of focus for the CSIR. The first 6 are what we refer to as areas of focus that contribute directly to industry advancement. Then the last 3 are areas of focus that are more enabling and cross-cutting between different sectors or different industries within South Africa. Our areas of focus are organized into what we refer to as divisions. So the first division focuses on advanced chemistry and life sciences. And within this division, the focus is on advanced agriculture and food, chemicals, as well as health. The second division on advanced production and security focuses on manufacturing technologies, mining technologies, as well as defense and security technologies. The last division, which is referred to as smart society, focuses on smart places, which covers the whole area of the built environment, the natural environment. Issues of climate change, water, and energy are housed within this area of smart places. Then we have smart mobility, which looks at the whole logistics and mobility sector within South Africa in terms of technologies as well as infrastructure that will contribute to a cost-effective, integrated, safe, and competitive mobility sector within South Africa. The last area of focus within smart society is next generation enterprises and institutions, which looks at the digital transformation and ICT in industry as well as in government, and how this is enabling transformation, both in terms of how industry operates, but also in terms of how government delivers services to citizens. If we look at a very high level, some of the strategic priorities that we've set for ourselves for the medium term, the first one is that we will continue to contribute towards the development of a sustainable chemical and pharma industry within South Africa. And how we do this is through the inclusion of IKS products, green products, and processes, as well as the circular economy. So this work happens within the chemistry division, chemistry cluster within the advanced chemistry and life sciences division in the CSIR. The second one is the work that we'll continue to do to support the advancement and strategic independence of South Africa's health sector by focusing on cancer treatment drugs, point-of-care diagnostic tools, vaccine manufacturing, as well as ensuring that as a country, we prepare ourselves for any pandemic that we may find ourselves having to deal with in future. We'll use our advanced technologies, tools, and processing techniques to improve the performance of the agricultural sector, focusing primarily on primary production as well as secondary processing of agricultural produce. We'll also continue with our efforts to support the development of the cannabis industry within South Africa. We'll support the modernization of the mining sector through technology development as well as test and evaluation to maximize value creation, operational effectiveness, as well as zero harm and growth. We'll support the growth and competitiveness of the manufacturing sector, focusing on rail, health, energy, space, defense, security, as well as other heavy industries. We'll continue our efforts to support national security as part of creating a sovereign R&D capability for the Department of Defense and military veterans. We'll support the development of a resilient, well-equipped South African natural and built environment to ensure sustainable housing, efficient and reliable basic services, as well as sustainable livelihoods. We'll contribute towards enhancing the functioning and performance of the national logistics system by developing tools and technological solutions that support an integrated, cost-effective, efficient, end-to-end national logistics system. Will improve the effectiveness and efficiency of government service delivery by leveraging digital technologies in health, security, and in many other areas. We'll continue to position the CSIR as a key role player in the digital transformation and security of key sectors such as financial services, mining, manufacturing, agriculture, and many others where we have the capabilities to make a contribution, aligned, of course, with our long-term strategy. We'll work with government, we'll work with industry, and special economic zones to increase national competitiveness by infusing low carbon processes, energy and water efficient production, just energy transition, and circular economy methodologies. We'll partner with relevant institutions in the development of space and cybersecurity capabilities to enable key strategic initiatives of the state and the private sector. Of course, For some of this work, we'll be working with the South African National Space Agency, SANSA. We'll position the CSIR at the center of addressing the technology needs of the public sector through a revised mandate. We see ourselves playing a much more bigger role in terms of advising, but also providing technology solutions to government. And we think that the CSIR capabilities can be brought to bear a lot more than what is currently happening in terms of supporting the development of a capable state. We will drive the commercialization of publicly funded research through collaboration with other role players in the national system of innovation, using CSR C-Cubed, as already mentioned by the chairperson of the board, as a vehicle to achieve this objective. We'll leverage partnerships in the African continent to expand business opportunities and collaboration, and we'll expand on this point later on in the presentation. And then lastly, we'll use public-private partnership model to support investment in commercially viable fixed assets that are aligned with the CSIR mandate and business strategy. Now, if we move on then to the key performance indicators for the CSIR for the coming year, perhaps to preamble this by just mentioning at a very high level that we undertake a very rigorous process within the organization in terms of how we set targets. I think it's important to mention that at the beginning of the year, we start with a zero base in terms of all our key performance indicators, particularly those for strategic objective 1 to strategic objective 3. And then the target that we set for ourselves are informed by, to a large extent, the type of work that we expect to execute within the year. And of course, at the time when we set the targets, there's a lot of uncertainty and risk in terms of the type of work that we will do for the year that will be beginning. I mean, we start the year with at least 40 to 50% of our income secured for the year. And the remainder we need to secure during the course of the year. And that then informs the type of work that we do, which also then informs our performance in terms of the key performance indicator targets that we set for ourselves. So if we look at the first strategic objective, which is about conducting research, development, and innovation of transformative technologies and accelerating their diffusion. So this is about ensuring that with the CSIR, we continue to perform cutting-edge research, but if we don't end there, that we translate this into impact, that we translate this into areas where it can find impact. So if you look at publication equivalence and priority patents, I think these remain flat compared to our target of the previous financial year. The number of new patents granted decreases slightly compared to the previous year. And this is mainly due to the fact that patents granted is an indicator that is to a large extent outside of our control, because that is affected by the patent examination processes that happen in the background. So the indicator that we've got better control of is the number of priority patent applications that we filed for the year. If you look at our new technology demonstrators, this increases by 18%, as well as the number of license agreements that we expect to have signed with industry partners also grows by about 18%. If we move to the next strategic objective, which is about the work that we do to support reindustrialization in South Africa, there is a 23% decrease in terms of the number of localized technologies. The number of joint technology development agreements that we undertake with industry will increase by 22%. Also, the number of SMMEs that we intend to support in this financial year, we expect that to increase by 19% compared to the previous financial year. If we move on to the work that we now do to support the creation of a capable state, our contribution to national policy development, we expect this to increase by 21%. The number of standards, our contribution to standards, we are not responsible for standards, but we work with the authorities responsible for standards, and we contribute our work towards the decision that they need to make. This remains flat. The number of projects that we intend to implement to support the creation of a capable state will increase by 48% compared to the previous financial year. If we move to the fourth strategic objective, which is about human capital and infrastructure, our set base remains flat. We'll continue to drive transformation, though, through the turnover, the natural turnover that happens within the organization. That in the year that we are now in, we expect that we'll have 72% of our set base being black and 40% being female, which is an increase compared to the previous financial year. The number of PhDs will remain flat at 19%. The number of chief researchers will grow from a target of 18% in the previous financial year to sort of 18 in the previous financial year to 20 in the current financial year. And also we'll continue to focus on the transformation profile of the chief researcher cohort in the organization. That our black chief researchers will grow from 28% to 30%. There will be a slight drop in terms of the number of female chief researchers. And this is informed by the pipeline that we have currently within the organization, which will contribute towards the growth from 18 to 20. So this will decrease slightly from 28% to 20%. It doesn't reflect that we will lose the number of female chief researchers. As I said, it is informed by the pipeline that will feed the growth that we are planning for this financial year. The number of principal researchers will remain flat. We'll also continue to drive transformation within this profile, within this category, with 40% of principal researchers being black and 23% being female, slight decrease compared to the previous financial year. Our exchange programs with industry will reduce slightly from 32 to 30 in the current financial year. And our investment in property, plant, and equipment will be 165 million, which reflects a slight increase compared to the previous financial year. In terms of diversification of income, maintaining financial sustainability, as well as good governance, the finance section, the CFO will speak to at length, so I'll skip that. But we'll continue to drive the diversification of our income streams, particularly looking at the growth in private as well as international sector income. We intend to retain our BBBEE rating of 1, and our recordable incident rate, we expect it to be less than 0.3, and we are planning for, again, an unqualified audit opinion from the Auditor General. If I can then move on to the strategic initiatives. So in the packs that you will have received, honorable members, there's a section there which talks about the responses to the DSTI comments, which, as I said at the start of the presentation, we will skip this section, but we included here for completeness. So the next section then will be on the strategic initiatives. And I'd like to now invite my colleague, Dr. Rachel Chikwamba, to speak to the first 3 slides, followed by Dr. Maseremole, and then by Dr. Malika. Dr. Chikwamba, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, DG, and executives from the DSTI and the CSIR and honorable members. The first project that I want to talk about that we will focus on this year speaks to advanced green materials, about greening industries. This particular project we call Grow a Car, and it is about catalyzing a fiber-based industry in the Eastern Cape, leveraging the CSIR intellectual property to provide fiber-based parts to the automotive industry. This particular initiative will be undertaken through a special purpose vehicle to be developed between CSIR, C3 through C cubed, our commercialization initiative, and the Kucha Development Corporation. They will be supported by the DBSA, and this SPV will support small and medium enterprises in providing material for 2 key components of the automotive industry at the CSIR Natural Fiber Hub. The CSIR will be demonstrating proof of concept to make products such as panels, parcel trays, door liners, and so on from plant-made fibers. Clearly, this will provide new jobs and new enterprises and new jobs. But importantly, it will stimulate also the growing of fiber-based plants that will receive a pool to make the products that we're talking about, an initiative that supports our medium-term plans. Next slide, please. And the second initiative in our area speaks to precision agriculture for enhanced productivity. This particular program speaks and responds directly to the decadal plan initiative to modernize agriculture. The CSIR has developed the Precision Agriculture Information System, a system we call PACE, to support farmers and agribusinesses to make more informed decisions, to reduce costs of production of food, to improve crop yields, leading to more sustainable and efficient agricultural practices. In the year that is coming up, we are looking at establishing full-stack software development capabilities at the CSIR so that we can continuously improve the system capabilities. The CSIR will develop a model to commercialize the system so that it can start to offer services commercially to the broader farming community, insurance community, and so on. This is an effort that will be led by C-Cubed. We'll also initiate processes to formally drive towards the recognition of the CSIR's capability in this space as a center of excellence, a conversation that we hope to be engaging with you as we go into the year. The impact and benefits of this program is to support farmers and agribusinesses to produce food sustainably, to reduce input usage, to address uncertainty, especially against the background of climate change, where farming becomes an uncertain enterprise. Next slide, please, Tulani. Then lastly, the initiative that we focus on in our part of the business will focus on a matter that is very topical, which is about strategic health security and bringing resilience and security of supply in the vaccines and biopharmaceuticals sector by localizing the production of the vaccines, biopharmaceuticals, and other pharmaceuticals, also as a strategic response to the STI. It's an STI initiative looking at localization of pharma. And here we have a very particular initiative that we hope to launch later on in the year. It is about a facility, a multi-capability platform called Future Pharma. This capability will drive the local production of vaccines, active pharmaceutical ingredients that are small molecules, as well as biopharmaceuticals, which are protein biologics. This particular facility has clean rooms to it that allow us to produce clinical grade materials to support clinical trials development. The CSIR will approach SAPRA for GMP facility inspection and qualification during this current financial year. And as catalytic projects in support of our vaccine manufacturing and innovation strategy, the CSIR will start to develop prototype vaccines for the hepatitis B virus, for human papilloma virus, and for RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. These three projects are catalytic projects under VIMS. What we're trying to do here obviously allows us to create new enterprises and jobs and to build a pharma industry in the country through localization of technology and greening of pharmaceuticals production. And it will provide security through local production of critical vaccines and medicines that are required on a day-to-day basis. But should we require emergency use products, we can make what we call biological countermeasures in the form of vaccines and therapeutics that can be used to treat people impacted by epidemics and pandemics. Thank you very much, CEO.
Dr. Masaramo.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, DG, Chairperson, Mr. Chagana, CEO, and ladies and gentlemen. So the first item here is on CSIR, ATNS, and TIA passive radar. The passive radar, as opposed to an active radar, does not give away its position. It actually depends on frequency modulated signals. It's very useful in the sense that the person being tracked does not know they've been tracked. So this is a joint technology development with Air Traffic National Service, funded by the Technology Innovation Agency, to develop an advanced passive radar for air traffic control. So the milestones are planned for this current financial year include maturing the frequency modulated base passive radar for air traffic control and deployment to Kruger Mpumalanga International Airport, and development of DVB signal processor for drone detection, feasibility study into satellite-based passive radar. Maybe it's important to note that we are at the very cutting edge, where this particular technology is being sought after from other parts of the world. Impact and benefits for South Africa: the stimulation of the aviation industry with South African homegrown technologies, and the creation of new enterprises and job creation through manufacturing of radars, and ensuring safer airspace for the country and the continent, expanding the passive radar market into the African continent. Next slide, please. So the next item is industrial machinery and equipment. So the objective we seek to meet here is supporting and enhancing localization of products within the South African industry for developing internationally competitive technologies and products for local manufacture. For this current financial year, we wish to complete the commercialization of advanced machine metallics with a large build volume of 600 by 700 millimeter, with faster build rates that can accommodate single or multiple materials. Technology localization with various industry partners, and technology licensing with Metal Heart. This is on the back of a machine, a 3D printer that stands as the largest 3D printer in the world, and again, we're on the cutting edge on this particular. Impact and benefits for the country include competitive products and technologies developed with the industry, increasing localization of locally designed and manufactured products to be exported, contributing towards technology and product localization in support of the DTIC's as master plan. Again, this will address the imperatives that were mentioned by the DG in his presentation. Next slide, please. So the next and last item for me will be the CSIR mine collision prevention digital tool, supporting zero harm in mines and digital transformation of the mining industry. So for the objectives being met here include a near real-time digital risk tool that predicts the performance of traffic management systems in support of the mining industry, collision prevention for trackless mobile machines, which are responsible for the fatalities, a significant number of fatalities in mines, application of 4IR technologies. This includes digital twin, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other data analytic techniques to evaluate vehicle risk interaction and predict optimum scenarios to support decision making in mining. For the current year, the milestone include operational licensing and agreement of the collision prevention digital tool, and the impact we seek to achieve here is the improvement of the safety of mining operations with compliance to Chapter 8 of the regulations of the Mine Health and Safety Council, providing data-driven insights to enable the continuous improvement of safety productivity and cost reduction for existing operations and life of mines. And maybe safe to say, this particular technology has been commercialized with an entrepreneur who is doing very well, is creating a good name for himself in the local mining industry. Again, we're meeting the imperatives as articulated by the CEO and the DG. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Malinga, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members, as well as the Chair of the CSR and other chairs on the call, CEOs on the call as well, and colleagues. I'm going to present 3 slides, and the first one is about a project that we are undertaking together with the DBSA in the Vembe district. This is a community that includes in excess of 85,000 households, about 90% of those in rural areas, and it's currently faced with backlogs in terms of water provision, lack of access for those communities for bulk water. So the project that we're undertaking is to use about 14 streams in that district to bring water closer to the communities, as well as to provide for the livestock that these communities have. And this financial year, we will be consolidating the design report on how these 14 streams can be used to provide the schemes that we are looking to provide that are bringing water to the communities. We'll finalize the environmental authorization that's required, and a recommendation report will be provided. And we're looking to, apart from providing water, to allow for local economic development, whether you have SMMEs who could exploit the water from the springs to provide spring water as an example, and other development opportunities that could arise from the water that's being brought closer to the communities. And so we're coming up with a local development plan for the community. We'll also be assisting the DBSA in terms of the appointment of the contractor who will be conducting the physical implementation of the water schemes for these communities. The impact with regards to this is to provide climate resilient water supply. In this, actually, it's 5 priority villages that we're focusing on. And so we'll ensure that they have climate resilient water. Bulk water will be provided to these communities, which is safe and dependable for the livelihoods that are there. And then, as I indicated, we'll be looking at economic development opportunities and also ensuring that the water is brought closer to those communities, and those individuals, particularly young people and women who will bear the brunt of bringing water closer to communities, are set free from those chores. And then this, we believe that it will contribute to a number of initiatives nationally, particularly with regards to the Department of Water and Sanitation. As you're well aware, the water mix of the country here, it includes 3 elements: groundwater, which is what we'll be using here; surface water, which is our river water; as well as recycled water. And the Department of Water and Sanitation has come up with a strategy that seeks to optimize that mix of water. And in this regard, we'll be contributing to the use of groundwater. And then we'll also contribute to SDG number 6 in terms of clean water and sanitation, as well as to the decadal plan with regards to water security. Next slide. In the second project that we want to highlight is what we call ILIMA blockchain-enabled farm-to-fork platform. This is a platform that seeks to grant access to small farmers to the market. Big players tend to have their own solutions, but small farmers tend to be excluded. And this tends to exclude them from accessing the market, whether it's your Woolies and those kind of retails that are sophisticated. In this case, we're using this platform to enable this small-scale farmers to undertake a number of their farming activities in a manner that is traceable in terms of quality, the origin of where the produce comes from, the practices that they undertake here. One is looking at vaccinations, feeding, whether it was done, and with blockchain can be able to have traceability and a stamp that these things were undertaken as they should have been undertaken. And this will open market opportunities for domestic retail as well as market exports for the small-scale farmers. We also, through this tool, we are hoping to give them sector-wide supply chain visibility. And so the tool includes a producer segment, a retail segment, as well as a consumer segment. And so it allows whoever is using this tool to have visibility of those three segments and make whatever choices and decisions that are necessary. What we'll be focusing on in this current financial year, we've just undertaken a pilot which was successful, looking at the retail element, and we are now engaging retailers. We've issued an expression of interest, and then we'll expand on the retail segment of it, and then the consumer element of it at a later stage. We believe that the imperatives to be addressed is SMME support, as well as developing that sector. Next slide.
Dr. Malenga, we've lost you.
You've lost me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. You were talking about the imperatives.
I can still hear you, yeah.
Okay, all right. Next slide. Yes, the last project that I want to talk about, as you are well aware, recently the presidency launched a digital infrastructure, public infrastructure roadmap, which is a digital roadmap that will include a number of departments, DCDT, the presidency, communications, and so on and so forth. It seeks to ensure that our government is digitized, and it uses the notion of the journey of Zodwa from the point at which Zodwa is born until death. And it looks at how government can be digitized to ensure that services are provided in a more efficient way. And we're working with the presidency with regards to this, and our priorities for this year is to contribute to the framework, which is driven by the presidency, to leverage the experience that we have used and the capabilities that we have with regards to the work that we've done for the Department of Home Affairs, as well as the Department of Health, in terms of the architecture for this roadmap that's being developed. It will ensure going forward in terms of the impact, interoperability for our different government systems. It will ensure there is a notion or there is a concept of MyMzansi, which will provide a single source of truth with regards to information related to citizens within their countries, whether it's in terms of their identity, in terms of their health, in terms of their education and other things. There will be a single point of truth in terms of an individual, and that's what we'll be focusing on in this coming financial year. And this imperative will contribute to the decadal plan as well as the medium-term expenditure framework. Thank you.
All right. Can I now invite Mr. Stein to proceed to talk us through the CSR C-Cubed initiatives? Stein.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, member of the committee, DG, Chair of the CSIR, and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to share the strategic direction of CSIR C-Cube, which is a 100% owned subsidiary of a CSIR focused on the commercialization of the technologies developed by the CSIR, either through investing in new startup business or by licensing the underlying intellectual property to existing businesses. Our vision is quite simple. We want to bridge the gap between science and the marketplace, and we do this by investing strategically in promising technologies developed by the CSIR, by forming meaningful partnerships, and by supporting entrepreneurs who can take these innovations forward. In terms of our strategic roadmap for 2025 to 2030, We follow a phased approach whereby in the early phases, we focus on building strong investment and partnership foundations. And over time, we want to scale the technology pipeline, broaden our portfolio, and aim for impactful exits. And the impactful exits are quite important because this is where our technologies finally reach the market, generate returns, and support economic development. Our roadmap for 2025 to 2030 is built on 6 core priorities. The one is getting innovations to the market faster. This will do by accelerating the commercialization of technologies developed by the CSIR. And this we can do because we have a dedicated focus on commercialization. Secondly, we understand that our funding is limited, so we need to bring in more funding. And we'll do this by attracting both public and private investment to support our projects. One of our key requirements for investment is that we do require co-funding into our opportunities. We're also building strong partnerships. We work closely with industry, government, and co-investors to unlock greater impact. And co-investors is not only providing funding, but it's also providing access to markets for our technologies. Our fourth priority is to strengthen our pipeline. I think it's quite important that we do have a strong pipeline to commercialize, and we do this by identifying and preparing more technologies that are ready for investment and scale. We also don't just provide funding, we also support our investments. We provide technical, business, and financial support to our investments to help these ventures grow. And I think lastly, we have to become more efficiently ourselves. We want to improve the way we operate so that we can deliver greater value and grow impact over time. To deliver our strategy, we're focusing on 5 key initiatives. The first one is improving how we invest. As I've said, we're streamlining our investment processes to make quicker, more confident decisions. However, we do this within the ambits of a PFMA. We're building a strong technology pipeline. We have established a clear and structured approach to assess technologies and focus on those with the highest potential for success. We're expanding partnerships and co-investments. We're growing our network of partnerships from local industry to international investors and development agencies. We're engaging with all of them on different levels of support, as I've said, not only from funding, but also access to market, providing entrepreneurs, etc. As I've also said, we don't only provide funding, we really support our early stage ventures. We provide direct support to the startups we back, including technical assistance, business advice, and help with matters such as funding and market access. And I think very importantly, we also at an early stage plan for successful exits. We want to exit our investments within a window of 5 to 7 years, and we are developing clear exit routes for these investments that we are making. Through this roadmap, CSIR C3 aims to build a high impact portfolio that not only creates financial returns, but also delivers inclusive innovation-led growth for South Africa. Thank you, Dr. Dlamini.
Thank you. Dr. Naidu, can you talk us through the initiatives to implement our Africa strategy, please?
Thank you, CEO, and good morning to the committee chair and honorable members, DG, DSTI officials. So for this coming year, we intend to continue the expansion of our activities on the continent to pursue collaborative research, capacity building, innovation, evidence-based policy, work and sustainable development, access to funding, and establishment of knowledge sharing platforms. This is perfectly aligned with the AU Agenda for 2063 and the STI strategy for Africa. This will essentially build on our track record, which includes a partnership with the DSTI on a number of initiatives, including science diplomacy, the Southern Africa Network on Biosciences, the African Laser Center, and other initiatives like the partnership with Ouda NEPAD, the work on biomanufacturing skills development, the work on marine and coastal operations. We will expand this footprint to new initiatives, which will include building of an Africa RTO network on the continent. CEO, thank you very much.
Thank you. If we now move to our initiatives to support the development of human capital, Mr. Mabindisa, please.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning to the Honorable Chair, committee members, DG, DSTI officials, Mr. Chahana. So this slide, what we're showing here, right, is how we develop the said pipeline within the CSIR, focusing on the senior, right, said staff, where we're developing the chief and as well as the principal researchers. So here is to ensure that we have a very strong pipeline, and as well as the development of the junior, right, pipeline through the bursary programs, and as well as the graduate in training program. Furthermore, right, it's about ensuring that we've got future leaders where we've got a strong succession planning, right, within the CSIR. And here where we're providing, right, the leadership and management development programs through the various business schools, programs such as the executive development programs, management development programs, and future leaders development programs. Next slide, please. The next slide, it shows the partnerships that we have in terms of the skills development. So here it's the partnership that we have with the CETAs, with the QCTOs and the National Skills Fund. Again, in terms of ensuring that we contribute, right, in terms of the future, the skills, right, of the future. But more so the partnership, right, with the youth employment services, right, in terms of where we're focusing on unemployed graduate, and we put them through the various programs that we have here at the CSIR to ensure the absorption, right, either within the CSIR or the various SMMEs that we work with, and ensure that they are absorbed, right, and secure future employment, and as well as focusing on people with disabilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. CFO, if you can speak to the finance plan.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and members, DG of the DSTI, Chairperson of the CSIR, and all other colleagues and attendees. If you allow me a moment on our parliamentary grant allocation as it frames the context for the following budget slides. The total PG allocation from the DSTI shows an overall increase of 6% from 2024-25, representing 68 million. And this is split between a PG baseline allocation of 3.3%, as well as an increase in ring-fenced allocation of 11%. However, a crucial insight is that the organization's PG has been declining in real terms, making it increasingly challenging to sustain operations and achieve our strategic objectives. You will see that our baseline allocation for 2025-26 is still lower than the allocation we had in 2021-22, and in fact still lower than the allocation we had in 2018-19. The baseline PG allocation of 3.3 is actually below the year-on-year inflation of 4.4. This decline in real-term PG is worsened by a contracting economy, rising legislative demands, above inflation increases and amongst others utilities and insurance costs, as well as intensified competition for skilled talent. And these factors place the CSIR under significant pressure to grow contract R&D income to remain financially sustainable. Next slide, please. The CSIR projects a net loss of 30.8 million for 2025-26. This loss is a result of total operating revenue of 3.21 billion, investment income of 61.8 million, offset by total expenditure of 3.3 billion. Investment income is estimated to decrease due to lower anticipated interest rate on our investment portfolio. The decline in revenue is primarily attributable to 352.4 million reduction in contract R&D income from our public sector, and this decrease is due to a significant once-off grant income that we received in the prior financial year, which was linked to a large-scale project with substantial running costs. With this contract now concluded, a corresponding drop in revenue and expenditure has occurred. Excluding the impact of this once-off contract, public sector revenue is expected to increase by 3.5% and overall contract R&D income by 2.8%. In line with our income diversification strategy, we aim to increase our private sector income by 16.4 million, whilst we kept our international sector income unchanged, given the current uncertainties within this sector. It is important to note, however, that against this context, our secured sales against this budget for 2025-26 is currently only at 77%, leaving a gap of over £500 million still to close, and the remainder of our target revenue that is not secured may be impacted by current economic conditions. Total expenditure decreases with 283.5 million, as I have mentioned. Labour cost remains our largest expenditure. In light of the current economic pressures, we are closely monitoring the wage bill while prioritising the attraction and retention of critical skills. As part of our cost containment efforts, a moratorium has been placed on the filling of support positions. Running costs decreases with 284.2 million, but includes significant items that increased above inflation, as already mentioned. This, together with critical investment in outdated and aging infrastructure, results in the total expenditure only decreasing with 8%. Next slide, please. If we look at our statement of financial position, the organization's liquidity is assessed by considering a budgeted cash balance of 1.09 billion with trade and other receivables of 384.87 million against our current liabilities of 1.41 billion. The current ratio is expected to remain stable at 1.22, which is within the healthy current ratio of 1.2 to 2 prescribed by industry standards. A continued strong focus to convert trade receivables and contracts in progress into cash and convert customer advances received into revenue is maintained, and this indicates our commitment to efficient working capital management to support our liquidity. Next slide, please. With regards to our cash flow statement, conservative balance sheet practices, including our working capital and cash flow management, remain important to enable the CSIR to invest in the scientific equipment and infrastructure required to support our strategic objectives. Despite the economic challenges, we would like to focus on strengthening our cash flow practices in the year ahead and decrease the overall annual outflow of cash. To this extent, we have budgeted to reduce the net decrease in cash and cash equivalents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate. And Ms. Opperman, Advocate Kennedy, can you speak to this slide, please?
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini, and good morning to the Honourable Chair and members and the Chairperson, CEO, and the CSIR. So as indicated by the CEO earlier in the presentation, corporate governance remains a cornerstone of the CSIR. As a CSIR, we deploy systems and controls that is consistent with world-class standards and aligned with the prevailing legislation. And to this end, we also review our structures and our systems and processes for continuous alignment and relevance. We run a number of targeted awareness and campaigns and training on things such as ethics and whistleblowing to support this governance framework. And we also recently completed a policy alignment process with the UN Global Compact principles to allow us the opportunity to trade globally. Risk management remain embedded in our day-to-day business operations. And although we are below the reporting thresholds, we still actively look at ways of reducing our carbon footprint. We can move to the next slide, please. As part of our continuous monitoring of the risks and opportunities that we have in the organization, we map our top risk profile for the whole organization through a bottom-up approach. In other words, we take all the risks as they emanate from an operational perspective, and we gradually filter them up to define the top risk profile for the CSIR. And we then map this against the inherent risk rating and the control assessments that we deploy to determine the top risks for the CSIR. And we classify them in terms of systemic risks, strategic risks, and operational risks. So if you can move to the next slide, please. This risk profile is a continuous moving document, one that we monitor closely, but the prevailing risks that we see in our top risk category at the moment relates to financial sustainability, as alluded to by the CFO. So the impact of our PG reduction and uncertainties on public sector funding in support of the achievement of our strategic objectives and our overall financial sustainability. We've also mentioned the aging infrastructure that is prone to failure and downtime, resulting in very costly maintenance, and the risk that low investment will result in a non-competitive real estate offering and our inability to deliver on our strategic objectives. Scarce and critical skills has been highlighted, and this is a critical area for the CSIR, and we continue to drive efforts to attract and retain skills and high demand sectors such as the ICT, aerospace and defense, as well as in transport and logistics. And then, of course, the geopolitical risk is an emerging risk associated with wars and tensions between states that affect the normal and peaceful course of international relations, as well as things such as imports and exports for the CSIR. And we're also closely monitoring the impact of more recent executive orders under the Trump administration and the cumulative effect of all of these geopolitical risks on our ability to operate. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Mr. Chakana, let me hand back to you then to conclude. But this is the essence of the presentation that we wish to deliver this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thanks to the management team. Chairperson, we have presented some of the work we are doing and some of the work we intend to do as the shareholders compact. One of the things I just want to emphasize is that while CSIR is focusing on big ideas at the high level technology and big system to solve some of the challenges that the country is facing, we are also equally focused on what we call grassroots innovation. That's why you see some of the innovation in technology dealing with water, dealing with agri at a smallholder farmer and rural community farmer level. So it's we want to see much more bigger impact so that every part of the country, whether you are a small business or big business or rural farmer, you can experience or benefit from the work of the CSIR. So I hope we have demonstrated that we're covering a broad spectrum of impact, from high-end tech, national sovereignty, to grassroots innovation, solving water challenges in villages, but also dealing with innovation around goat farming, as well as just agri soil testing using satellite-based imaging and artificial intelligence. So with those few words, it's just to thank the opportunity to present the work of the management team and the board. Thank you.
DG, is it okay if SANSA takes the floor?
Yes, please, Patrick.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the honorable members, DG, Science, Technology and Innovation, and his team, fellow board members of the South African National Space Agency in attendance, the SANSA management team also in attendance. Chairperson, if you allow me, I will conduct our presentations. I will do the opening remarks, and then I'll hand over to the CEO to present the strategic plan for SANSA and the APP. If I may start, yesterday as a country, we're remembering the youth of 1976 that lost their life in June 16, to liberate this country.
And we did this on the background of a 72% youth unemployment rate for the country, with an unacceptably high graduate unemployment rate. And this situation should concern every parliamentary government and state institution official, and I have no doubt that this is the case, as the 7th administration is a caring administration. It is an indictment, though, that to all of us, that 31 years after the dawn of democracy, our youth is faced with such a hopeless situation. However, within the space sector, we see hope in turning this situation around. It is interesting that through informal engagements with some of the captains of the South African space industry, the sector believes that South Africa can easily increase the employment in the sector tenfold, from the current approximately 500, 600 jobs to over 5,000 jobs within the next 5 years. And that can be achieved if we as a country actually focus all our resources and reduce the inefficiencies we find within the South African space value chain. The SANSA board and management, conscious of this dire situation for our youth, has developed a strategic plan for the next 5-year period that seeks to leverage the already existing available South African resources to change the circumstances of our youth. We call this strategic planning period the ramp-up phase, where South African space capabilities will be drastically upgraded to move South Africa from being an emerging spacefaring nation, where we import the country's space technologies and services, to an intermediate spacefaring nation where the country is self-sufficient in space technology and can provide its space services requirements, as well as guarantee South African data sovereignty. The issue of data sovereignty has become much, much more critical, members, as we move through to the 4th industrial revolution and AI, which will totally rely on a big data being fed through. It is therefore critical that the issue of data sovereignty is actually being attended to. SANSA strongly believes that this noble objective is achievable given the vibrant space industrial base South Africa has and the financial resources South Africa is currently committing to space services and solutions. The strategic plan is anchored on 5 strategic pillars, which serve as strategic interventions that will drive the ramp-up phase. And they include the rapid building of space-based infrastructure. By that, I mean satellites, as well as the acceleration of the development of the space launch capability. The COO will give full details for the rest of the strategic interventions during his presentation. The strategic plan 2025-2030 was developed cognizant of the performance of the organization against the strategic outcomes that for the last period. In the immediate past, the period 2020 to 2025, SANSA achieved 4 out of the 6 strategic outcomes. Unfortunately, the 2 strategic outcomes that were not achieved, namely outcome 4, SANSA being positioned as a key enabler for the implementation of government space related policies, and outcome 5, enabling infrastructure developed and upgraded to support the space sector value chain. These talk to the core of the country's space capabilities. And this is attributed to the lack of a clear implementation plan. That's why we could not actually achieve those 2 outcomes. And it is for this reason that the adopted strategic focus for the current strategic planning period is to rapidly grow the South African space infrastructure, grow and transform the space industrial sector, continuously develop the required skills for the space sector, and increase South Africa's market share in the global space economy. In doing so, SANSA will be creating a self-sustaining space ecosystem that is able to generate the required jobs for our youth, both general workers as well as graduates from all levels. That I mean TVET colleges as well as university graduates from a variety of fields. I present these opening remarks to just make sure that when the strategy is being presented, there is this context that actually is driving that. If the chairperson will allow me, I'll hand over to the CEO to present the strategic plan. Thank you. CEO?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Portfolio Committee Chair, Ms. Chibiti, and the Portfolio Committee members, DG of the DSTI, Dr. Trele, and the DSTI executives, of course, the board chair and CSR board chair and board members, as well as executives that are in attendance this morning. Thank you very much. We would start with the presentation of our strategic plan. And I just want to highlight, I'm just building on what the chair said, that there was an extensive consultation within the organization, but also 3 sessions, strategic planning sessions with the board in the development of this strategic plan. This is happening when we know that SANSA over the years, chair and portfolio committee members, that we've struggled in a number of areas which are critical in building sovereign and strategic capabilities for the country. We've seen the role of space in what's happening in the global, in the shift of geopolitics, as well as the global polarization that's happening, that space has become an instrument that can be used, of course, for both the good, but also for the bad. And therefore, a country such as South Africa, for us not to really invest and move at a much faster pace than we are right now in developing these sovereign capabilities, there's a huge risk in terms of course, our security, our sovereignty, as well as our safety. And therefore, this strategic plan, 2530, it's very bold in looking at a number of strategic focus and pillars that will ensure that we do move the country from an emerging space agency to an intermediate spacefaring nation. Mr. Chauke, if we could move with the slides. So our presentation today, Chair and Portfolio Committee members, would look at the SANSA mandate, a strategic focus in Part B and Part C, key performance indicators, as well as the annual performance plan 25-26. SANSA mandate. Our mandate, Chair, it's one that's of cross-cutting nature. We play a critical role in responding to a number of government imperatives. And our clear role is to become the central point of coordination for all space-related activities in the country. And this is one area that, Chair, in our conversations with other portfolio committees and clusters, where we need to really elevate the role as well as the mandate that SANSA should be playing in the coordination of all space-related activities in the country. We have seen a huge growth in the last 2 years, Chair, in terms of our mandate to acquire as well as disseminate satellite imagery to all state organs of state. And this becomes very critical in our infrastructure development programs where we've seen in some instances, Chair, where we were requested by government to either support the government in some of the work that we're doing internationally, where we've struggled with access to high resolution imagery. And therefore, it means that if we need to be playing at the global stage, Chair, and the role that we also play, for example, in the crisis that we're seeing in the Middle East and so on, Chair, in Africa, we know most of these challenges that we're facing is that we would not be able to contribute meaningfully if we still do not have our own space capabilities to generate insights as well as the intelligence that we need. We are very intentional in transforming the industry. There are a number of instruments that I'll share with you that we're putting in place. We are very intentional in building the human capital, the pipeline that we require in terms of young graduates, particularly looking at both engineering, but also from the technician's point of view, where we've seen a huge demand due to the growth of share in the global market, global space economy. And therefore, we will be, through this strategic plan, really focusing on building the capacity that we need. Our policy context, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, you would know that we are a 3A public entity, meaning that we, as an entity, we're supposed to provide public goods. We're supposed to support government in ensuring that it does deliver on its mandate. We are supposed to be fully funded as a 3A public entity, and the CEO will share with you where we are in terms of our financial situation. There are a number of legislative frameworks, policies, and strategies also that we are aligned to. We are created by the Act of 2008, Act number 36. We respond in peaceful use of outer space to the Space Affairs Act, number 84 of 93, just to highlight that we have in the last 6 years or so worked on the new space bill, which was also supposed to be focusing on supporting an environment that's conducive for industrial development as well as developing domestic industries in the country, both in the upstream as well as in the downstream. And we're hoping that with this new administration, we will work very closely with the DTIC to ensure that the new space bill does get passed. We also respond to the white paper and its implementation plan, the decadal plan. We do have the two critical strategies, the National Space Strategy as well as the South African Earth Observation System Strategy, which is so critical in ensuring that the downstream in terms of environmental as well as economic development, that we do build applications, products, and services that can support service delivery as well as the building of the ethical and capable state. There are a number of policy mandates, the NDP, the MTDP, and we would demonstrate how we've mapped and aligned our outcomes with the MTDP. the national space policy, which is critical in driving the role, the implementation of the national space strategy, as well as the decadal plan, as I indicated earlier. Part B, Chair and Portfolio Committee members, we will look at the strategic focus. And as we're looking at the 2025-2030 strategic plan, we had to review our vision, and we came up with a very bold vision that's saying that there is innovation that's happening. We've seen globally from the backdrop of the IPP that was generated from projects such as Sumandila Satellite, as well as the EOSAT program that we are working on completing the next mission, that our upstream segment has been contributing quite significantly globally in terms of subsystems, components, and there is a rough estimation that we are bringing in foreign direct investment in around 1 billion rands per year. And therefore, our vision is to ensure that then we accelerate this innovation that is happening. I've listened to experts in innovation, Chair, where they say it's not about whether a company is innovating, but it's about the pace at which you innovate, which would ensure that you become globally competitive. And we want to advance these, but also to ensure that we do get our lion's share globally, but also contributing. Africa is a key focus, and we believe that with this mission, where we will be accelerating space innovation, looking at the entire space value chain, Chair, that this vision would ensure that SANSA remains an leading space agency in the continent and also globally competitive. Our mission is our advance South Africa's national interest. We want to continue to lead in this area. And as I said earlier on, Chair, we're very intentional with transforming and growing the space industry. There are a number of initiatives that we're putting in place. We have funding mechanisms and instruments that we're putting in place to ensure that we do transform, but we build an inclusive national space program that also looks at the entire geographical footprint of the country. We want to continue. We've seen in the last 2 years, Chair, a huge increase in our collaborations, particularly between the BRICS Plus nations, as well as in the African continent, which we'll share later. But as we do this collaboration and partners, we're looking at really strategic partnerships that will also ensure that we drive inclusive socioeconomic development and contribute into building the capable state. Our impact statement, which we did spend quite a lot of time thinking about it, and we ended up coming up with an impact statement that says we want to contribute to inclusive economic growth. We want to ensure that we do contribute to industrialization, creating high-tech jobs, sustainable jobs, as well as building a capable state through the work that we're doing in space sciences, engineering, as well as in technology innovation. Chair, this is the core of our strategic plan 25-30, where we've come up with 5 pillars. And these pillars, Chair, are very much aligned to the National Space Strategy. These pillars are the pillars that we believe that we can contribute to the overall government objectives and direction that the 7th administration is taking. The first pillar, Chair, we are looking at developing space centers. It's critical that as we develop future missions, future satellites, that we should have a capability within the state entities and within the industry. And we believe that with the focus that we have now on space sensors, where of course we do work with the DSTI as well as the CSIR on a number of space sensors that are being developed currently. And the most important thing, Chair, and for us to build this space heritage and so on, is to begin to put these sensors into space to generate the data that we need so that we can extract information, insights, and intelligence that's required to deal with some of the challenges that we face, environmental challenges as well as societal challenges that we're facing. And therefore, we would be, as part of our ramp-up phase, beginning to look at not just building one mission, but looking at multiple missions, as well as looking at building constellations so that the country can generate all the information and the data that's required. The second one is on the space launch infrastructure and capability. Access to space is critical, as also defined in the UN Office of Outer Space mission, as well as COPUS, that we're seeing this shift, as we've heard from the presentation from the CSIR, that we're very intentional as well as looking at the geopolitical risk intelligence, because, Chair, it's going to become difficult in the future if we do not build our own indigenous launch capability in the country. This is led by the DSTI, working with the Aerospace Research Institute at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We want to also, as part of fast-tracking the development of this capability, to begin to look at our strategic partners within the BRICS Plus nations. As the DG indicated, the minister is currently in Russia with engineering executive, where we will continue having these discussions also with the Russian Space Agency, Roscosmos, to look at how we could strategically collaborate. But we'll continue, and we have to again, Chair, the pace of developing this capability. It's everything. We've seen last week some media statements about Elon Musk talking about wanting to develop the launch capabilities at our facility at Denel at Overbeck Test Range. We haven't verified. We're trying to verify the source because there is no source that has been quoted in that article. But this is an area that we have to really focus on, Chair, so we have access. And this will also create opportunities. If we get to a point where we invest in building a spaceport, meaning that we can invite partners in Africa, partners within BRICS Plus nations, and the global community to come and launch polar missions, which is very strategic for us, the area that we have at Overbeck Test Range in Anniston. The third pillar, Chair, is the space exploration and Earth discovery. This is an area that is exciting for us. We believe that The flagships that we're putting in these will inspire young people, will generate interest in what others say STEMI. Others these days talk about STEAMI, including the arts in it, because part of the work that we do in the designing and so on does get come from the arts side. So, Chair, we would be looking at, of course, our participation in the MOON program. We would be engaging with our strategic partners to look at astronaut training programs and areas such as space medicine and so on, which I'll further give the details. Space science, we deliver cutting-edge research in the areas of space weather, but we also want to invest more on the research, development, and innovation, and we will be working on research and development innovation strategy that will guide us on how we build more capacity as well as capabilities. The Earth observation program, which is critical, we're looking at Earth intelligence, the integration of 4IR technologies, as well as your social and humanity data to provide Earth insights or intelligence, build operational systems and capabilities that can show that we address the societal as well as the environmental challenges and create more opportunities. The space operations and space economic diplomacy, will share more about that. As indicated earlier on, that we've seen a huge growth in number of countries that are interested in partnering with us. But I just want to also highlight that the projections or the estimation of the global space economy by 2035 is estimated at $1.85 trillion. And in Africa, and that's close to 2 trillion. And there are also indications that it may surpass 2 trillion by 2035. The African space economy is estimated at $27 billion. And this is in the next 2 years. And as South Africa, we need to be positioning ourselves now that there's been the launch of the African Space Agency 2 months ago in Cairo. How are we going to get a certain percentage as outlined in our space strategy, particularly in the African region, but also in the area that I've already demonstrated that in the upstream segment, that majority of the cube to small satellites at 60–70% globally have South African components and subsystems, and therefore we need to grow this. But what's critical for us is that as we do that, we create jobs, we create more opportunities for youth, and also contribute to building a capable state. What we would focus on in ensuring that we do deliver on these pillars is, of course, leverage our international corporations, enable the local space industry growth and transformation, as well as ensuring that we do develop the human capital to build a sustainable space agency as well as the capable state. Next slide, please. We've revised our new values, and this is our value employee proposition, that we create opportunities to learn and grow, whilst providing a world-class service to our stakeholders and clients through individuals that are energetic, enthusiastic, passionate about what we do. And we want to make sure that we build an organization that is centered on caring for people, that we extend trust, but we also will demonstrate that we're building partnerships both internationally and nationally as well to collaborate so that we can innovate and drive impact across government objectives and in the society. Next slide. This is our organizational structure where we have admin, Earth observation, space operations, space sciences, as well as space engineering. Next slide. These are 16 board members that we have currently. I'm the 17th as an ex officio member of the board. Next slide. This is the 7-member executive leadership of the agency. And all our colleagues are here, chair and attending, except Ms. Takarani, who has accompanied the minister to Russia. Next slide. Just to say that SANSA is turning 14. We did our institutional review after 10 years. And there were a number of strategic initiatives that were identified, which also includes, we know, Chair, that one of the areas that we need to be seriously looking at is satellite communications, that we've worked with Centec as well as DCDT to develop the draft National Satellite Communication Strategy. Now, Chair, it's going to be, again, very important that we move with speed in ensuring that we do build this capability for the country, particularly looking at the shift in geopolitics and what has been happening recently, that a country such as South Africa cannot afford not to have its own communication satellite. This is also linked to the work that we need to be focusing on the global navigation satellite systems. We want to look at space-based augmentation systems to ensure that we do improve the accuracy of our global positioning. We will be working with the BeiDou system from CNSA, China National Space Administration. And those are some of the areas that were identified in the institutional review. We need to respond to the DSTI National Space Program economic case through a very clear roadmap of 30 years to 50, so that we're very clear on how we're going to develop a viable and a sustainable national space program. We have embarked on the process of identifying the space champions. We are very delighted that the minister remains committed to also become the space champion, particularly looking at the role that we play, which is cross-cutting nature, when you look at a number of government departments and how we can support them in their mandates. The flagship programs that we currently are focusing on is the completion of EOSat-1, which is so critical for us in building local capability, but also in transforming the industry, the space industry, and ensure that startups, new entrants, as well as SMEs also participate so that we can grow the sector. The assembly, integration, and testing facility at HOTEC, which we would like to invite the portfolio committee at some stage to, so that they can see exactly what it takes to assemble, integrate, and test the satellite until it gets to a flight mode, and get launched. This is at the critical phase of our satellite build program. We are currently upgrading those facilities It's exciting. It's taken us many years to do this, but we have started in earnest, and there's a significant progress thanks to the team in engineering, which, as I said earlier in my opening, that SANSA, we struggled over the years because some of the core program, such as the Earth observation, as well as the space engineering, were dormant for many years. And we've revived these two programs, and we will see a huge contribution coming from SANSA from those programs. The Neo Frontiers, we're working with the NRF, we're working with TIA, we're working with Tax Innovation, University of Pretoria, where we have currently supported 8 startup companies, youth, 50% women companies, and this is exciting, the innovation that's coming from those startups and the work that we will be demonstrating when we invite, hopefully, the portfolio committee to the space conference that's coming in September, October, that we would also have a session just to demonstrate the work that's being done by these companies. The Markiesfontein Deep Space Network Ground Station, I will share more, but this is exciting for us that as part of our contribution to space exploration and discovery, that the ground station would also be supporting NASA, the Artemis program, when they take the first woman of color to the moon. And we will play a critical role on supporting that mission to the moon. Next slide. These are some of the key infrastructure projects that we'll be working on. The Space Infrastructure Hub, which is a critical component and input to the National Space Program, where we're looking at a number of decision support tools that I'll share, as well as creating opportunities for industry. The Markiesfontein I've touched on, the EOSat-1, thanks to the support that we've received, of course, also from the board, that it's critical that some of the capability remains in the state hands. And this is important also for security of supply, that we are currently partnering with Denel in the completion of these, and it's happening at a very good timing because of where Denel now reports that this would also create more opportunities for us to partner with the Department of Defense, as well as the Space Command that has been created, where there's a huge interest in developing space capabilities. And this has happened in many other advanced nations or spacefaring nations, where most of the space capabilities have been supported or emerged from the support from the defense domain. And therefore, we will be working very closely with defense through Denel. The HOTEC I did touch. Next slide. We want to move. We cannot, after 14 years and many years of participating in the in space, remain an emerging space nation. At some stage, we need to move from that, and we can only move once we start again. As I said, these programs on space engineering, looking at the development of indigenous launch capability, constellations. We need to be building constellation as this country. We need to be developing intelligence applications. We need to be building decision support tools, looking at food security, disaster risk reduction, wherein we do not just react after the disaster, but being able to begin to play in the area of scenario modeling, building early warning systems, predictive analysis for all the effects that will come with climate change and so on. And we are expanding on these offerings, and we will be working with other key government entities in building these areas and looking at new areas of growth in energy, health innovation, as well as financial services sectors. We've started engaging with some of the financial services such as FNB and so on, and we will be continuing to do that. The space operations, it's important that, again, Chair, with our current funding and our PG, that it's important that we do maintain our space infrastructure, particularly looking at the facilities that we have in Hartebeespoort, where we've seen a huge increase in foreign direct investment, as well as revenue generation, and that it is important that part of what we're generating, that we do reinvest in further building the capabilities, but also in maintaining, as we have to provide a 99% efficiency for our clients, where currently we're hosting about 91 satellite dishes in that facility, and we're seeing the growth every year in that with our BRICS Plus nations. I've just signed the new contract yesterday, Chair, where we will be further building a 7.5 dish as well as a 12-meter dish at our facility in Hartebeespoort, working with the Aerospace Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Science. This again, it's the work that we do in the space economic diplomacy, but it's going to also give us access to the number of missions that the Chinese are launching. We've seen that they're building their own Starlink, which is much more advanced than Starlink and so on. And we're hoping that with these partnership that we're building within the BRICS Plus would ensure that in areas where there are still gaps and in areas where we won't be able to build either constellation for navigation and so on, that we can use these strategic partnerships. I did touch on space exploration. Exciting times. We are into these programs to ensure that we also inspire youth, but not just in South Africa, but in the African continent. And we want to venture into the areas of space situational awareness as well as space traffic management, as we're going to see in the next coming decade an influx of space exploration programs happening, the lunar programs, as well as beyond the moon, looking at Mars and beyond Mars into deep space. And we believe that we have a huge role to play and contribute in that. SANSA growth strategy, it's focused on ensuring that we transform the industry. We want to put more accelerator programs for startups, SMEs, and of course, as a Schedule 3A with revenue generating capability, we can reinvest that into maintaining our infrastructure, but in further building capacity as well as capabilities. And therefore, we will be working and finalizing this strategy and begin to look at whether we need to also have a specialized purpose vehicle that can ensure that we do see an increase in our revenue generation capability. Next slide. The new international programs that are exciting, we've signed 2 years back with CNSA, the Chinese National Space Agency, and Roscosmos on the International Lunar Research Station. This is exciting, Chair, as I report that we will be involved in the Chang'e 8 mission This is a mission that will be going to the southern part of the moon. And we're working with Sarau and looking at the Africa to Moon, the first mission that will deploy a technology demonstrator with 4 antennas that will provide first radio astronomy array on the lunar surface, particularly in the moon South Pole region. This is really exciting for us, Chair, that hopefully in 2028, if all goes well, that we will see South Africa's presence. Our researcher at Space Sciences working on designing this mission as well with our partners on the foundation that we're working with, as well as Sarau, and this is exciting. We're hoping that the training for future astronauts or saffronauts, as they call them, taikonaut in China, cosmonaut in Russia, and astronaut in the US, we may find us calling us our future astronauts, saffronaut, and so on. It's an exciting program to inspire youth as well. The space medicine, we've signed with a strategic partner from Russia to begin to look at how we can build capability in the area of space medicine. And we're hoping that we would bring in the Department of Health as well as the Medical Research Council to begin to look at experiments that we could be working on, as well as the Deep Space Network will continue. And we're hoping that by 2026, 27, we would have finalized the new ground station, which will also serve the South African National Space Program, but also looking at attracting more. There have been a number of countries that also have indicated that they have shown interest in our facility, given the non-interference in that area in the middle of nowhere in Markiesfontein, which would be very critical for space economic diplomacy, as well as attracting foreign direct investment and revenue generation. Next slide. Future focus, Chair, we want to move to become an intermediate space nation. And we will do so by building operational constellation with a very vibrant, transformed, inclusive space sector. We also want to, on the work and in this strategic plan, the focus on increased brand equity. We've seen how much you see the NASA t-shirts and so on. You don't see SANSAs. And it's one area that we would be really paying attention in ensuring that we do also communicate and we position ourselves and become very, very visible in the work and the programs that we're working on. We want to increase customer relations. Over the years, we've struggled, Chair, with some of state entities where we're providing services, and we've lost that. We are rebuilding those relations with the likes of XCOM, with Statistics South Africa, and we're hoping that that will also assist us in attracting government investment in the work that we're doing. We would, of course, build Earth intelligence, new products and services that will empower the state, but also that will ensure that our municipalities does provide quality services to our people. We want to have an operational structure that's supportive of innovation, growth, and results-driven. We are currently looking through our admin, our colleagues at admin, HR, looking at the realignment of some of the functions within the organization, because that's going to be critical to have an ideal operating model that would support the implementation of this new strategic plan. Inclusive culture as a backbone for high performance and accountability. It's one area that good corporate governance in ethical policy as well as of code of conduct really guides the work that we want to do as we focus on the future. Next slide. Performance, will take you quickly through some of the new indicators. But this is based on these 6 strategic outcomes. 1, to enhance the national capability in space science, technology, and satellite infrastructure. The second one being to increase the space relevant knowledge and decision tools that support the developmental agenda of the country. The third one being increased share of the global space market economy, as indicated. There will be huge opportunities for us if we do build industry. A vibrant and a competitive and transformed South African space industry is our 4th outcome. 5th is to increase human capacity in space science, technology, and engineering. And the last one being a capable and sustainable, high-performing national space agency. Next slide. Our outcomes are mapped to the medium-term development plan. And our first outcome of enhanced national capability in space, science and technology and satellite infrastructure, you will see that it's responding to the inclusive growth and job creation, as well as building a capable and ethical developmental state. This is a new indicator. We've been very bold. We're hoping that we would have developed a methodology for the NSI to ensure that we do measure the contribution of space program in addressing some of these societal challenges, but also creating new opportunities for youth as well as women. The other new indicator on the outcome 2, increase space relevant knowledge and decision tool that support the development. We have a number of decision support tools that we're working on, looking at early warning systems, on disaster preparedness, disaster risk reduction. And those are the areas that are very important for us as the space agency if we have to be relevant. We've seen the number of lives that have been lost recently with the disasters that have been happening in the Eastern Cape, and we need to be very deliberate. And we're looking at a number of decision support tools other than the disaster on the water quality part, on the air quality part, which all these areas are important, but also biodiversity. As you know, we're one of the richest countries in biodiversity. How do we translate that into economic value? Food security. We also want to focus on the built environment, the maritime, the mining, as well as energy as new areas that we will be focusing on the decision support tools. Next slide. We also have put in place for these new strategic plan, National Space Market Share Index, which again, it's aligned to priority 1 of the MTDP, which is the increase of the share of the global space market. We are challenging ourselves, Chair and members of the portfolio coming to say, of the almost $2 trillion that we will see in the space global economy, what will be our share as a South Africa? And of course, this is a bold outcome, and we're hoping that we would see this happening, an increase in what we've generated in last year through the work that we do at Space Sciences, Space Ops, and we want to see Earth observation as well as space engineering as well beginning to do this. We also, on the outcome 4, a vibrant and competitive transformed South African space industry, a new indicator, looking at the number of supported MSMEs, and hoping that they become sustainable, and that they can create more opportunities for youth, as well as women in this country. Next slide. Outcome 5, again, it's aligned to the priority 1 and 2 of the MTTB. And this is to increase human capacity in space, science, and technology. It's a new indicator that we're looking at a percentage increase in professional graduates in space-related professions, but we also have put in place an artisan and technician framework where we begin to see the demand in the upstream segment. The outcome 6, it's also looking inwards and how we build a high-performing National Space Agency. We've put on a new indicator. Of course, we'll continue to work very hard on our external audit outcome, but we've put on a new indicator looking at the percentage break-even on revenue from products and services that we take to the market. Next slide. Chair, with your permission, I would hand over to the CFO to take us through our financial performance. Mr. Jenner.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Chair, committee members, the DG and DSTI officials. I'll take you through SANSA's financial strategy for the 5 years ending 2030. I'll be reading from left to left, and the figures shown there are for years ending 31 March. Looking at our grant income, the first subline you'll see there is the parliamentary grant, where in the year ended March 2025, we were looking at 137 million. This is expected to increase towards 185 million by the end of the planning period in 2030. Next would be our Space Infrastructure Hub, which is a grant which supports a lot of the initiatives and projects that the CEO was speaking to, including EOSat-1 and the Deep Space Network. The spending that we expect there is expected to increase from 160 million, which was budgeted for 2025, increases to 480 million in 26 and 222 million in 2027. Thereafter, there is no spending under SIH as we'll have exhausted the grant funding. The other ring-fenced grants, those are also impacted in part by a separate grant for the Deep Space Network, or Makiesfontein, which will be with us for years ending March 2026, 27, and thereafter falls away, and you see much lower numbers there in the order of 14 million rand. So overall, our grant income, our budgeted 2025 was 367 million. It will go down to 199 million after we exclude the SIH related income. Revenue from exchange transactions. Overall picture, if I start there, we're expecting an increase from 137 million to 353 million over the planning period, which represents a 158% increase. Looking at the components, public sector revenue, we expect to increase from 29.6 million to 178.6 million. That's a significant increase, mostly relating to our Earth observations program, which is developing decision support tools, which the CEO alluded to just a few moments ago. Being new products and revisiting the market, if I was to put it that way, there would be a bit of uncertainty in terms of the timing as to when those revenues will be achieved. On the Public sector revenue, we expect that to increase by 28% over the planning period from 7 million to 9 million. A significant revenue contributor for us is the foreign income. We expect 66% growth there from 100 million in our budget in 2025, going up to 166 million. That growth is also assisted by SIH-related products and services. Overall, our budget, which is prepared on a cash basis, reflects total receipts increasing from 513 million to 569 million over the planning period. It appears a modest increase at 11%, but just bear in mind, as I said earlier, there is SIH included in the third line from the top. If we were to exclude that, the revenue is actually showing something over 60% increase. Looking at our costs, our employment costs for 2025 year were budgeted 219 million. We expect to increase in 2026, most related to hires for the SIH project. We need to hire more engineers and personnel to support that significant project. Thereafter, the increases are in line with inflation, fairly modest in the order of about 5% per annum. Over the planning period, the staff costs are increasing by 38%. Our other operating expenses, these also show a pattern or the impact of SIH, 259 million in 2025, 297 million thereafter, and then decreasing in 27, 28, and then they normalize in the outer years. This is impacted on by SIH-related activity. For example, in the 2026 and 2025 years, we have expenditure relating to the AIT, assembly and integration facilities at Hotech, as well as the acquisition of imagery, which will support the decision support tools. So there's a lot of SIH activity in the first three columns that you see, and then we normalize in the three outer years. Looking at total expenditure, that's increasing by 16% from 478 million. Operating expenditure from 478 million to 556 million. A lot of that expenditure will be consumed by the capital expenditure, which is the second row from the bottom. You can see there 168 million in 2025 budgeted, increases to 394 and then 324 million in 26-27. A lot of that is SIH related, the satellite build, and other key projects within SIH. Thereafter, the capital expenditure is much lower. Modest numbers you can see in the order of 12 to 13 million rand. Next slide, please. I've covered a lot of what is on the slide as I went through the figures above. The only thing to note on this particular slide was that SANSA is a Schedule 3 entity, and which should be mostly funded through the parliamentary grant. And that requirement at the moment sits in the order of 320 to 350 million. We received 137 million in the year ending 2025, which increases to 150 million in 25-26. So there is a significant gap there, which would need to be covered and would go to addressing some of the uncertainty that I alluded to in relation to revenues. Next slide, please. Chair and committee members, as in the previous slide, I've covered a lot of what is on this slide. I'll again just go to the last bullet where we talk to the capital expenditure, which is this 92% decline over the 5-year period due to inclusion of SIH in the earlier years. However, when we look at the out years, those amounts of 12 to 13 million, they're not commensurate with the size of the balance sheet that we will be expecting at that time. One would anticipate maybe replacement capital expenditure in the order of 15%. An amount of 150 million to 200 million would be required with based on the size of the balance sheet. Chair, thank you. I'll return to CEO.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jenner. Chair and Portfolio Committee members will take you through our annual performance plan. Next slide. These are the 5 programs within SANSA. Admin, which has enterprise services in it, which is ICT, risk, legal and compliance, HR, as well as facilities and so on. Also finance and SCM. There are critical functions and critical enablers for the 4 programs, which are the core programs of the Space Agency, the EO, building application services and products, the Space Sciences, leading multidisciplinary space science research, R&D, as well as supporting STEM education, but also looking at training, as well as building a pipeline of future scientists and researchers in the area of space science and technology. The space operation being a ground segment for launch support and hosting facilities. And as I said earlier on, we've seen a huge growth in that area, and we want to build on that. The space engineering, it's now, we have systems engineers that we've appointed, the new executive director that's leading. Hence, we're seeing now movement in some of space engineering projects, such as the HOTEC AIT facility upgrade, but also the satellite build program. And of course, we have made a submission to the DG of the DSTI in some of the ring-fenced budget that we have, that we want to focus on building more constellations, not just one satellite. And we've rebuilt the capacity internally, and we believe that we can run and manage these satellite build programs or engineering programs. We also have rebuilt and repositioned EO, which were the 2 struggling programs within the entity. Next slide. Administration. Let's move to the next slide. Other than those support or enablers functions that I've referred to, I also have stakeholder and partnership development within my office, where we're looking at strategic partners and strategic partnerships internationally, regionally, as well as nationally. And we are very excited. We host the United Nations Office of Outer Space Regional Support Office on Disasters. We work very closely with the National Disaster Management Center in providing them with insights, data. And as I said, the shift now, it's on building operational systems and applications so that we can provide early warnings and so on. And this gives us an opportunity to have access to other global satellite missions, and also what we call the Disasters Charter, which allows you to have access to a number of other satellite missions globally.
If you can pause, there's a hand that's up.
Okay, I wanted to attend to the hand.
Okay.
What
Yes.
was about? Can we get
Hello?
yes, yes. Are you? Is it you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Bolisela. I work for Spin Group. I am the CEO. And can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you. You can proceed.
Loud and clear, yes. Okay. Yeah. I work for Spin Group. We are a unicorn or a new company in the space industry. What we want to find out is that what is South Africa in terms of the geopolitics doing right now?
Okay, wait. I think you want to ask a question, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to have a Q&A answer session. For now, let us allow the program to run, and we allow the presenters.
Okay, no, that's fine. Maybe I interpreted at the wrong time. That's fine.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I
You may
proceed?
Yeah, you may proceed and
Chair, did you want to come in?
yes, I was saying
No,
that.
continue, Sue. Yeah.
Chairperson, on a point of order,
Okay.
it's Honourable Mazzoni.
Oh, it's Honourable Mazzoni, yes.
Chairperson, I'd like to raise my hand on a point of order. Chair, what's happened now in this meeting is highly irregular and unusual. This is a private portfolio committee meeting that is open to the public for viewing, but the questions and answer session is not open to private entities to ask questions to the presenters. It is for the members of parliament to ask questions to the members who are presenting. So I'd like you to please let the visitors on the platform understand that the only questions and answer session that will be held today is between the members of the portfolio committee and the members who have presented today. Thank you.
Your order says, Mazzoni. Actually, I wanted to address that as and when we deal with Q&A, that those who, I don't know, I don't know the man who tried to ask a question. Maybe I wanted to check with our staff on how that honorable man ended up in the meeting and asking questions. But then we're going to proceed unless but then we're supposed to have ended this program, the presentation at 12:15. Can SANSA indicate how much time they need to finish the presentation?
Chair, I can run through the slides and quickly and be done, hopefully, just a few minutes after 12:30.
Can you do that in 10 minutes, CE?
Will do, Chair.
Please. Honorable.
Yes, Chair. Good morning, good day to you and honorable in the meeting. No, Chair, I hear you and how you are planning to address this, but I don't think we must let it slide. Before we even continue, can we get a clarification on how this particular gentleman arrived in this meeting, and who is here and who else is here that was not supposed to be here? I agree with Honorable Mazzoni. The meeting is open for public viewing. Now I just want to check, how does this particular gentleman got the link to enter in our meeting and participate? I don't think it will be good for us to just let it slide like that, Chair. Thanks.
You are correct, Honorable Sapa. As Honorable Mazzoni said, can we get clarity? Shanas and the team?
Chair, good day. So the committee meeting is open for public, but not for the participation side. It's exclusively, like Honorable Mazzoni explained. We invited the department and the entities who report to us on the annual reports. So we're dealing with that matter, and it's between us and the invited entities. Of course, when we sit in public, we could see who's who in terms of persons that needs to be there and who's not supposed to be there. We have not, the link, I can't explain how other entities may have gotten the link, but it is also public, you know, if we share the link then the link can be shared further. As I said, it's open for the public, but what we should do as a matter of procedure is when people raise their hands so that they identify themselves in terms of who they're representing when they want to ask a question. I think what we did now, we just assume maybe they want representatives of the entity. That's why I always ask also for the names of the representatives of entities so that they appear on our agenda. So that name was not on list of official representatives for today's meeting, Chair. Thank you.
Questions. Can we get the gentleman back if he's still in the platform so that we deal with the matter? He assists us on whose behalf is he here? What is his name again?
It's Malisela Sateche, Chair.
It's you, ne?
This is me, Chair. His name is Malisela Sateche.
It's Marisela Sateche. Is he still on the platform?
He is, Chair.
Can Mr. Marisela Sateche assist us on which capacity is he in the meeting? Mr. Sateche. Mr. Sateche, can you please assist us? Or if Mr. Sateche is unable to assist, amongst the entities and of the departments that we have requested, who has brought Mr. Malisela with in your delegation?
Not from our side, not from the SANSA side, Chair. It's the executive.
Not from the SANSA side, Chair.
CSIR?
Not from the CSR as well, Chair. I can confirm that. Thank you.
Chair, it's Honourable Mazzoni.
I'm Honourable Mazzoni.
Chairperson, I have a feeling that the gentleman is on the public platform, as many other people are, from what I can see. And I think that he just doesn't understand that although he's allowed to be a visitor to the committee and observe committee activities, he is not allowed to participate in committee activities. So I think perhaps, Chair, the way forward would be for you to make an absolute ruling for the committee and for the visitors on the platform that the only members of Parliament may interact with the presenters and only the presenters may answer the members of Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mazzoni. So he's in the public, because I was hoping that they will be able to respond, because he was very bold when he was trying to interact with the presentation. Yeah, so the ruling is as advised. We are not going to have members of the public that are just observing in the portfolio committee interacting with the presentation on the platform. We're only going to have members of parliament interacting with. So those who are observing, please hold your horses and observe the proceedings. You are not going to be participating because you are not allowed to do so. Thank you so much. Can we proceed?
Thank you, Chair. We've seen a huge increase in our collaboration with China. And as I indicated earlier, we were supposed to have signed with the Angolan Space Agency last week on a contract agreement to work with them on a number of projects. We have looking at a training program with DRC. We also looking at an implementation plan with Ghana. At the national level, the CSIR, we've signed MOU, the Weather Services, Water Research Commission, Disaster Management Center, the Geoscience, as well as the state security, particularly on the role that they should be playing. Next slide. Won't Chair spend much time on the key performance indicators. These are very much aligned to our strategic outcomes, but also the just to indicate that there are a number of new indicators that we're putting in place on increasing the brand awareness, as I indicated for SANSA, but also on increasing a number of partnership that will build a space capability on administrating side. Next slide. On the EO side, we're looking at the EO value chain from the data source to understanding and picking our user requirements to building decision support tools, as well as products and services that are responsive to government objectives. Let's move to the next slide. These are the indicators. Looking at building a portal that's operational to ensure that we give access and create an interface with government departments. But we also want to see an increase in revenue from the work that we do with state entities as well as in government by the products and services that we're producing. We want to see an increase in outreach and awareness by the programs that we have moving towards space education as well. Next slide. Space sciences. We're looking at, of course, again, increased share in fundamental and applied space research. We want to also see us generating revenue through our 24/7 operational space weather center. Next slide. As we know, these are the impact that the geomagnetic storm or space weather can have in a number of technologies and so on. And we believe that we can contribute significantly globally, also in the area of space situational awareness, as well as space traffic management. Next slide. And these are the indicators. We have 4 new indicators looking at revenue generation, as well as commercial agreements. And we also want to see ourselves, of course, having accredited or maintaining the ISO standards that we have as the national key point. Next slide. Yeah, let's move to next. On space ops, we did touch on this multiple launch support. We've seen an increase in our business because of this equipment that are happening globally in the launches. We're hosting about 91 dishes in our facilities, and we maintain and operate. Next slide. These are the indicators. We're looking at a huge increase as the CFO indicated, but we want to also complete the site, the ground station in 2026-27. We have about 5 new indicators looking at mission supported, new hosted facilities, students and interns supported, as well as maintaining our ISO standards as the national key point as well. Next slide. Next slide. The EOSET 1, I did touch on the SIH, EOSET 1, and the AIT facilities. Let's move. And these are the outcomes as well as the output indicators that we'll be looking at, EOSET and the upgrades, as well as ensuring that our facility at Rabo, the AIT facility, it's ISO standard certified. Next slide. Chair, I'll hand over to you, and thank you very much to the chair of the portfolio committee as well as the members. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. For the sake of time, I will not have any further inputs. I'm handing over back to you, DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, let me hand over to you now. The three organizations, the department, the CSIR and SANSA have made the presentation and which we now wish to request the committee to consider and deliberate on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentations. Can we now have members of parliament who wants to ask questions? Honorable Sapo, you'll be the first. Honorable Mazzoni will be the second. Honorable and then Honorable Tembakwayo, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Njatu, then Honorable Nkulu. Can we start, Honorable Sapo?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you again, and honorable members in the meeting and everyone else. No, Chair, I don't have many questions. I just got few. One with DSTI. DG, I am really not pleased that a part of the indicators that you reduced is number of black female researchers to be awarded a research grant. I don't think DG it's fair. I know the presentation indicates that it will not happen in this financial year, but of course it will happen in the next financial year and that other financial year with 25 and 50 going forward. I'm very worried.
Recording in progress.
Taking into consideration injustices of the past against women, I am really not pleased that at the point where certain indicators must be reduced, your first point is on women and black, to be specific. If it is possible that it can be reconsidered and we check wherever that we can reduce, rather than saying we reduce to them, because it indicates that if you can reduce by 25 in the next financial year, 50 the next, definitely are going to 75 and 100, and I don't think that is a true reflection for women. The second thing, Chair, is on the on DSTI again. I just want to check what are the specific strategies that are in place to ensure that the research outcomes are effectively translated into policies and their solutions which seek to address the unemployment and inequality. I think that is important, taking into consideration the high rate of unemployment that we're having in this country. It's very important that in the portfolio committees, one of the things that it must be perfectly integrated is how do we as a portfolio contribute in reducing the high rate of unemployment. And I also want to check what is the plan to significantly increase and sustain research and development investment to foster innovation in driving industrialization in the next 5 years. The second or the third question, Chair, is on the SANSA. Yes. I know in response to challenges in relation to coordination and regulation of the space industry, I see there are efforts which means that the National Space Policy must move from DTIC to the department. I just want to check how far are we with that the particular plan, and what will be the financial implications of it? Is the DTIC also going to move the resource that was servicing that particular component to the department, and what are the time frames to ensure that that particular thing does take place? The last thing, Chair, on SANSA again, is other plans that the entity has to measure the impact of youth engagement and educational initiatives on developing skills in the space of science. We are in the Youth Month, and it's good that we are dealing with these APPs at this particular point. How do we then ensure that we integrate everything else to do with youth development to ensure that at least we contribute on the development of young people in this country? Those are the things, Chair, that I wanted to raise. Thank you very much.
I think if we can be brief in our questioning so that we get time for responses. Honorable Mazzoni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the entities for the presentations. Chair, a few things to the department, CSIR and SANSA, but basically it's a great generalization. I think it's a pity that we had these three entities come on the same day, because I think all of them warrant their own specific meeting, but I do understand time constraints and changes in budget resulted in where we sit now. So Chair, let's get to it. CSIR, fantastic work that you're doing, no doubt, highly underfunded. If it was up to me, a lot more funding would go towards the CSIR. But I'm very interested to know about the public-private partnerships that are happening, both with the intellectual property that's being developed, as well as developments that are happening with the aid of the department, especially in regards to the medical field. I think we all know that there's rising concerns about a new variant of COVID that are around. There's all sorts of things happening around the world. We're increasingly traveling. So can the CSIR just give us an indication of the different departments that they're working with? Because I do think that we heard mention of the Department of Education, Higher Education, Agriculture, Health, even policing. Sort of, is there any other money stream or revenue stream that could come in from the various other departments that we aren't looking at and aren't exploring? And if so, how can the committee assist you with that? Chair, then I have to just mention, I was on the Portfolio Committee of Public Enterprises for many years, and I also sat on the committee during the infamous state capture period. So please understand that when the name Denel comes up, so does the hair on the back of my neck. And I immediately heighten senses towards anything that deals with huge sums of money being transferred and exchanged with state-owned entities. So, Chair, not too long ago in a questions and answer session, I spoke, as we do, almost directly to the Minister in Parliament, and I mentioned how South Africans simply don't know about the South African Space Agency and what a wonderful vision they have for the country, and how they're increasing science and technology and things that we saw at SALT and the SKA, etc., etc. And it then came out that in actual fact, I was completely deluded in the thought that South Africa hadn't launched anything into space yet. Because actually, although I was under the impression that everything was being done through what was then basically Denel's space tech, I was very mistaken, and that in actual fact, the private industry had come to the party very successfully and very nicely, I may add. And there were over 8 satellites that had been launched in South Africa. Then, Chair, I wasn't at all surprised when the space program and SpaceX at Denel was shut down in 2022. Wasn't surprised at all. And I'm sorry to say that because I was a big fan of Denel. Now I'm becoming increasingly concerned at the amount of funding that is being channeled through a state-owned entity that does not have a good record, Chair. We just have to be very blunt about these things. And as far as I can tell, we are now paying for a state-owned entity to work with the South African Space Agency to reinvent something that private companies have already perfected, have already shown that works, but we're going to be funding millions of rand into a state-owned entity to carry on work that in actual fact should have been completed in 2015 and wasn't done then. So what makes us think it's going to be done now? And Chair, here's the problem. This department, the DSTI, is highly underfunded. We all know that, but we all know the financial constraints that our country finds itself in. So with the little amount of money that we have, why are we not being extremely careful as to how we spend this money? And why are we trying to reinvent the wheel when proudly South African companies have already done what now all of a sudden the South African Space Agency and Denel seem to think is a brand new concept? I'm very disturbed by this. The EOSat-1 project, I mean, it's been going for donkey's years now and is still not successful. And now they're looking at a launch in 2027. Chairperson, quite frankly, that's ridiculous. This launch should have happened in 2015. And if other companies have managed to launch, I don't understand the rationale behind SANSA and Denel pushing money behind this project, because I don't for 1 second, let me make this very clear, I don't for 1 second believe that this is a training exercise. I think it's gone far beyond the stage of being a training exercise. I think that this is now a necessity when it comes to our space legacy and our space footprint across the world. Chair, given that said, one must also look at the geopolitical landscape that we find ourselves in. Now, when we were at SKA, when we were at SALT, it was obvious that the European Union was funding and involved heavily in activities that were happening there. And we saw it with our own eyes, and we were taken around and we were shown advanced plans that are already underway for future endeavors. And we were impressed, Chairperson, at the fact that this international activity was happening on South African soil, and we were very proud of the geography of South Africa and the fact that we had these amazing facilities that the whole world wanted. So given the geopolitical situation and given the level of diplomatic tension that there is across the world, I would like SANSA's opinion as to how South Africa's diplomacy is going to affect future income and the partners that South Africa chooses for its space exploration, for its space endeavors. How are we going to balance this in a diplomatic function and facilitate further investment? Let's put it that way. Chairperson, there are constraints with public-private partnerships, and the CSIR and SANSA have these programs, but could they explain to us exactly which programs will be implemented by public-private partnerships? Because I do think that for far too long, PPPs have been used almost as a swear word in Parliament, and in actual fact, we know that it's the only way we're going to grow our economy. So can we just have, from the CSIR and from SANSA, a better understanding and a better picture of you don't have to name all of them for me, but give me some good examples so that it puts my mind at ease, and I sincerely hope puts the committee and as well as the country at ease. And then, Chair, perhaps I can ask a second round of questions later, but my last question, Chair, would have to be, and I'm sorry, but I go back to Denel simply because I'm somewhat scarred by what I saw and what I heard. What process exactly was followed for Denel to be awarded this multi-million rand project? And did it go through the necessary RFP? And if so, certainly this committee should have been brought into confidence and had a full briefing, given the fact that this takes up a very large chunk of the budget, and also given the fact that as parliamentarians, our first and most essential duty is that of holding entities to account. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Honorable Matsoni, Honorable Ngozi, let us be brief. Let us be as brief as possible. Honorable Ngozi.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I also don't have much questions, but I would like to welcome all the presentations from the entities today. And Chair, I will just go straight to the questions I have. Chair, I wanted to check as well. Honorable Mazoni has also tried to check on it as well, that on the current geopolitical environment, how has it affected the research and funding arrangement of the CSIR and SANSA with the international partners? I think that is a concern. I just wanted to check how has that maybe affected us. Secondly, Chair, I wanted to check as well if is there a reality that the Starlink satellite could possibly pose disruptions to South African radio telescope if or when launched. I just wanted to check if is there any possibility of that, if that it's going to happen. Also, Chair, I wanted to check on the transfer. What were the stipulations of the transfer agreement from Denel to SANSA? Were any costs involved there? I wanted to also maybe get an understanding, Chair, if or will the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition budget and the staff responsible for space matters be transferred to DSTI, and what are the timeframes if that is going to happen? Chair, also, I just have also 3 last questions with me here. That this one will be on South African Space Agency, SANSA. How will SANSA foster international partnership and collaboration to maximize the technology transfer, knowledge sharing, and market share? And also to SANSA, I wanted to check what is the specific KPIs and performance metrics that will be used to monitor the progress across the various strategic focus and flagship programs over the period of the 2025 to 2030. And I also wanted to check also on the DSTI, how will the DSTI coordinate efforts between the national, regional, and local government to create holistic innovation ecosystem that benefits all communities? I wanted to check also on the CSR, what specific steps will be taken to modernize infrastructure, and how will the partnerships or external funding be leveraged to accelerate that modernizing infrastructure processes? Thank you, Chair. I think those are the questions I have.
Honorable, what's next? Was it Njatu?
Yeah, it's myself now.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation we had today. I've got also, it's not a lot of questions, but for the first presentation, the question on the new indicator that was added. How does your new added indicator on Black farmers benefiting from your support address unique challenges faced by Black emerging farmers, such as limited access to resources and infrastructure? Question 2, what capacity building initiatives are in place to ensure that Black emerging farmers have the necessary skills and knowledge to effectively utilize these technologies? The third one, which metrics or indicators are used to evaluate the success of these programs, and how are the results used to inform future policies and programming decisions? On CSIR, what percentage of CSIR employees identify as having disabilities? And how does the CSIR track and report on disability representation in the workplace? Are there any training programs or initiatives in place to educate employees about disability-related topics, such as disability etiquette or unconscious bias? On SANSA, especially on impact and evaluation, how will SANSA evaluate the impact of its programs and initiative on South Africa's space sector and broader society? The second one, how will SANSA allocate resources to support its strategic objectives, and what funding model will be explored? And pertaining to the recent article that is in circulation on South African scientists' vessels Max Starlink, I just would like to make the department aware of the fact that we are watching your space as the department that is in control of this space. And should the Starlink be allowed to function in South Africa, will definitely be against such a decision. So we are watching your space with red eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tembakwayo. Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff. I can see Honorable Boshoff is his mic is unmute. It's on. We'll come back to Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Jadu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members and the department. I just want to go straight to my questions. DSTI admit to poor coordination in implementation its own policies, yet offers vague solutions like stakeholders engagement and budget process integration. This is a blatant failure of leadership. Decadal plan risk become another forgotten document, while innovations ecosystem crumble due to bureaucratic in nature. The question is, how many interministerial meetings were held in 2024-2025 to address coordination gaps? Can you provide an attendance record and minutes? And what specific budget allocations were delayed or misaligned due to poor coordination? Can you name the tangible outcome from the presidential STI plenary in the last 12 months? Chair, because of time, let me rush. DSTI acknowledge decline in international engagement, but hides behind platitudes like global awareness campaign, South Africa's G20 presidents is being squandered with no concrete data on partnership secured or investment leveraged. My question is, can DSI list all bilateral STI agreements signed since 2024, including funding commitments? How much foreign direct investment in an RD has been lost due to failed diplomacy? What measurable outcome resulted from AU to EU partnership in 2024? Can you give us a detailed report on budget or 2025 to 2026 budget shortfall for DSTI program and name the program card? How many SMMEs were denied innovations grants due to funding gaps? Can you provide the DPME's disparity report? What penalties has a National Treasury imposed on department failing to meet STI funding targets? And Honorable Chair, the DSTI value plan to conduct vulnerability assessment, its reckless critical research infrastructure remain exposed, yet no breaches are reportedly like due to a cover-up. The question is, can the department disclose all cybersecurity incidents affecting the STI link in institutions 2023? What percentage of STI system are compliant with the POPIA? Can you submit a audit report? Another question, I want to, can you name the officials who are responsible for delaying the implementation of security recommendations? And DSTI both equity focused support, but reduce postgraduate funding targets. I want to know how many Black female PhD candidates were rejected due to refined targets. Can you provide a demographic data? What is the racial gender breakdown beneficiaries in the 40 PhDs target? And another question, why were living labs kept at 20 despite grassroots demands? And Chair, DSTI claims of job creation through SEP is a fraudulent because there is no verifiable data links R&D tax incentive to actual employment. I want to know how many jobs were created per rand spent on the R&D tax incentive. Can you list the 13 sub-national innovations, interventions, and their employment outcome? And another question, why the circular economy pilots not audited for environmental impact? Let me go to CSIR project. The question is, can the department disclose the cost-benefit analysis for retaining 1.642 set staff while producing only 6 new patent applications, 2025 to 2026 targets. Can you table the list of failed R&D contract that causes that caused the 352 million drop in public sector income? And why does the CSIR prioritize depreciating assets over critical infrastructure? The last one, Chair, because of time, can the department CSIR provide the SAPS State Security Agents report on CSIR cybersecurity breaches since 2020? Why is there is no line item for cybersecurity in the 3.2 billion budget? Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members. Bye.
Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff. Okay. Honorable Mkunu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members, and thank you.
Wait, Honorable Mkunu. I think Honorable Boshoff was able to connect. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am sorry they organized a meeting within our party exactly for today, which made it difficult for me to give my full attention on both sides. But I want to ask the CSIR, or I want to inquire on something which is actually a very serious problem at the moment, with which they are apparently, as I understand, already involved, but I didn't see it in the presentation today. And that's the whole question about foot and mouth disease, which is paralyzing agriculture, or at least the red meat industry to a great extent. And there's the LITS system of traceability, which the CSIR developed. And as I understand, the red meat industry services, which gets the state levies, do not want to use the LITS system, apparently. I can't say it firsthand, because they are not sure that it's going to work, or that it's, that it's going to work. Let's leave it at that. And that they are maybe developing a system of their own. Now, I would like to know, what has the CSIR developed in that regard? How would it respond to an idea that a similar system could be developed? And then I have a very serious request, which I thought I could bring it in writing, but I could also use this meeting to bring this request. And that is to say, couldn't we arrange a meeting between ourselves as the Committee for Science and Innovation and Agriculture? Because on this area, there's a very direct linkage. And then even maybe police, because if we have a system of traceability, it has to be policed in some way, but at least between us and agriculture, because this is a prime example of a problem which could be solved by a joint a joint action. I know Litz wasn't in the presentation today, but I want to bring it in. And maybe, Chair, if you want to rule that I must make a written proposal, rather than having it discussed in this meeting, I would be glad to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. On the issue of a joint portfolio committee meeting, I was hoping that when we finish the meeting, when we deal with portfolio committee business, we would have dealt with the matter there, because it has to do with our program. We are going to do it outside the discussion with CSIR, and then we'll discuss with them on how we're going to do that. We have been doing that. We tried to reach out to police. They did not have a slot to fill us in. So we are on that, but we'll discuss that as a portfolio committee business. We are going to now allow Honorable Mkhunu to make a contribution.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and the department and its entities. Thank you so much for the presentation. Firstly, Chair, I looked at what the introduction of DSTI when they present their vision, when they present their mission. I won't go through what they've said, but I think all, I guess, the items that were said that are indicated there, that are dedicated for the next 5 years to strategic priorities. For me, they just sum up.
Sorry, Honorable Mkhunu, can honorable members or anyone that is in the platform not muted their mic?
It's Honorable Mjadu.
Honorable Mjadu, can you mute your mic, please? You may proceed, Honorable.
Thank you very much. For me, those 3 strategic priorities, they just give us an indication of where this department is aiming to go to, and also that theme, or the reason that it tells us why there is that a theme that says placing science, technology, and innovation at the center of government, education, society, and industry. I would like to say, Chair, as the portfolio committee, we need to advocate for that and make sure that all those are taken for granted. When I had Dinel and all the input that was done with regards to that, I believe that if any entity or any part of government or any part of the industry can base their all their work, in particular Dinel, on research and development, I'm sure there is somewhere where we will be going to. My first question, Chair, on DSTI is, how does the strategic plan intend to measure success in building an inclusive and participatory STI system that addresses the needs of marginalized populations? And this next one is, in a global geopolitical shifts and climate crisis, what research priorities have been identified to ensure South Africa remains resilient and competitive in the evolving international landscape? On CSIR presentation, my question is, how will CSIR specifically measure the success of its initiatives in achieving transformative industrialization and socio-economic impact over the coming years in the context of slow GDP growth and the vital role strategic institutions like CSIR can play in driving economic recovery? And what innovative financing or partnership models can CSIR explore to offset reduced government funding and aging infrastructure risks? And on SANSA, how will SANSA ensure that flagship infrastructure projects remain within budget and on schedule, considering past project implementation risks? And the second one on SANSA, it says, what specific mechanisms will be put in place to actively involve and support SMMEs and local businesses in realizing space industry growth? And the last comment, Chair, will be that I believe with this, if we can all follow this, the motto of the department, we will be taking over the space and ensuring that South African technology and innovation is placed above any other foreign innovations. Thank you, Chair.
Can we get the DG back to lead the answering session? Can we do that in less than let's say 12 minutes, per 12 minutes, CSIR 12, and then SANSA 12. DG?
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, firstly, Chair, let's appreciate the comments from honorable members and urge you, Chair, given the time constraints, that we would try and submit written responses to almost all the questions. Nevertheless, let's try and address those that we could within 12 minutes. Firstly, Chair, let me start with the last comment by Honorable Mkhunu. Indeed, the focus on the mantra is intended to help us as not just a department, but as a system, the national system of innovation, to reorient and then make sure that the work that we do responds the first and foremost to government priorities, across all levels, whether national, provincial, and local. Secondly, we also need to be cognizant of the needs of society, and we need to be working, co-creating solutions with society rather than imposing solutions to society in the way that used to be done in the past. And then thirdly, of course, we need to build strong relations with the private sector, which remains a challenge as we speak. It's well documented that our system hasn't been able to sufficiently explore the partnerships with the private sector. It's a broad systemic challenge, which we, on behalf of the department and the system, we accept as a challenge, but we need to be working on it. And then, of course, the economies at the heart, we have to contribute towards an inclusive and sustainable socio-economic development. So in that respect, Chair, I also wish to urge members to view the different inputs made by CSIR, SANSA, and other entities as part of our collective effort to make a contribution. We appreciate that it's not an easy terrain. That's why we have committed as a department to work very closely with DTIC and other economic intensive departments to better understand the business or the economy, how the economy operates, and how we can then align the work of the department with the industrialization efforts or economic development efforts. So we'll be the first to admit Chair, that that's an area that we keep working on. There are instruments that we have put in place, such as the Innovation Fund. But I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, Chair, we did make a presentation, for instance, to the Committee on the Innovation Fund, where we explained the nature of this fund and how we're seeking to exploit the public-private partnerships to bolster the funds of fund as one intervention to help us address this persistent challenge of R&D investment. Of course, the other area is hydrogen, is for us to find ways of implementing the hydrogen energy roadmap. We, as you would have seen, Chair, last week, the Department of Energy under Minister Ramokgopa, they hosted an Africa Energy Summit to which we partnered. And again, it's part of our broader effort to make sure that we use STI to address the energy challenges by rolling out and scaling up the hydrogen energy roadmap. So in our view, so that's another key strategic area that requires scaling up going forward and to make sure that we get more private sector participation in that domain. And then the health innovation, particularly the development of phase 2 of the vaccine manufacturing capability. We view it, Chair, as a strategic intervention that if it's done properly, of course, in collaboration with the National Department of Health and other critical role players, that could help us to access or to unlock huge funding that is available in that space on drug manufacturing and so forth, using our API ingredients, which we have the capacity. So there could be other areas as well, which we are going to exploit as part of us leveraging additional resources from the private sector, but also international. Then the second issue, which I would like to briefly respond to, Honorable Sapo, we fully understand and share the concern that you have raised around the reduction in the number of female researchers being supported. Of course, this is one of the focus areas of the Transformation Summit that we recently held. And we will continue engaging our colleagues at the National Research Foundation, as well as trying to get additional resources, because they said the resources that they have are so limited now, in that the value of the grants continue to increase. And so our job as the department is to, and in fact, I must indicate that it's part of the minister's commitment to increase the funding into the department. So we're working on the funding proposal that the minister will take to National Treasury with a view of increasing public funding in STI. So this area around the transformation of the research cohort, it will, including the postgraduate, the funding of postgraduate students, it's gonna form part of our big funding bid that we are intending to make to National Treasury. We're also going to be working with entities, by the way, to make sure that, and we'll encourage them to be as bold as possible when we work through that big budget bid that the minister is going to be rolling out. The third issue around coordination, I want to make it's yes, Honorable Mjato, it is a well-established fact that our system suffers from both the horizontal and the vertical coordination. But it's precisely why the decadal plan and the white paper has set in place 3 or 4 critical interventions to help us address that persistent challenge. The first one, of course, we've only held one presidential plenary summit in 2023. So the work is underway to make sure that we again, of course, the minister working with the president to try and reconvene the second presidential plenary at an appropriate time. And then the IMCs, again, Chair, we will provide the details that, well, we'll have to consider and then respond in writing regarding what the Honorable requested about the minutes and so forth of the IMC. But the Interministerial Committee is a vital instrument that will also help us, in our view. We're convinced that it will help us to achieve better coordination. We can see the work that's gradually increasing, where other government departments are approaching us, they're working with us. And then the third one is the budget coordination. Certain portion of their budgets towards science, technology, and innovation, so that at a local government level, some of the challenges that are experienced there could be addressed through innovation solutions. And that money, by the way, it's not meant to come to the DSTI. We want local government to utilize that money to meet their own needs. But we're also seeing progress in certain municipalities that have embraced this idea. They've appointed innovation champions. They are, embracing some of our targeted grassroots innovations that are beginning to bear fruit. But again, we'll be able to provide details around that. So it's about what we have been doing to address this problem of coordination across all three spheres of government. So maybe let me, at this stage, Chair, ask DDG Zwane if she has something to add, and DDG Dutoit on international, and the CFO. And I think we will then be good to return the platform to the Chair. DDG Zwane?
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon to honorable members and the entities as well. I don't have anything to add, DG. You've covered me, especially on the issues of IMC and the plenary. Thank you.
Okay, DDG Dutoit.
Thank you, DG. Just on the international cooperation, as you indicated, we can certainly provide a written input on the international agreements concluded and the benefits derived. I can also assure the honourable members that our G20 agenda is being pursued with very concrete and very specific benefits in mind, which we will leverage for South Africa, and we will also provide information on the benefits obtained through the African Union, European Union Innovation Agenda. Thank you, DG.
Thank you. CFO? Was a question on the budget shortfall?
No, thanks, DG. And good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members, and good afternoon, all colleagues. Chair, there are a few questions that maybe I can address quickly. One was from Honorable Machadu regarding the budget allocation, whether there were any delays as a result of poor coordination that we have indicated we have. I must say, in terms of the parliamentary grant, Chair, we have never transferred any money later than it was planned. We do have a plan on when to transfer parliamentary grant, and we always try to stick to that. And whether the National Treasury had at any stage, punished the department or maybe impose any penalties on the work that we do, we have never experienced such a Chair. On the shortfall, DG, you have addressed, I think, that on what we will do to ensure that the funding is augmented. The project we are working on, that was requested by the minister in his commitment, and that was made by the Minister of Finance. So we are busy working on that so that we can table our bids to the National Treasury and see what can happen. I'm not sure if there's any question, DG, that I missed that relate to finances.
It's fine, CFO. I think if there is something, of course, when we submit our written responses, we'll articulate. Chair, let me make the final point, which we didn't when we were presenting. Just to inform members that the minister has set up a ministerial working group to look at the impact and implications of President Trump's funding cut on our research, on our system. The working group is hard at work, and I'm involved in that working group, and we're working towards meeting the deadline or submitting at least the initial report that the minister requested in the next few weeks. So to an extent, Chair, that we didn't want to speculate in our revisions. But we wanted to wait for that detailed report and the set of recommendations that will arise from such. To then be in a better position, not only to appreciate the funding cuts from the US government, but we are looking at the entire landscape. So in other words, we are looking at the entire international funding into the system, so that we're not only looking backwards, but prospectively, in light of what members have said about the geopolitical dynamics, the impact of geopolitics, we are considering that and would like to therefore develop actions or recommendations that would also consider the impact of the geopolitics and where we are likely to move going forward. So, so to the extent that, therefore, Chair, we were not able to address, at least here, that question on the funding cuts does not mean that we are ignorant about it, or we are firmly aware. All institutions, even those that are not reporting to the department, have provided evidence to us, which we are considering, and we're working with other government departments like health to reflect on this bigger question, and universities as well through USAF. They've provided us with information that we're now processing as part of that ministerial working group, and we think that the minister will be in a better position once we finalize that work to be able to pronounce on its outcomes. And we will know exactly how to then set or prepare the system to respond properly going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'm giving you powers, part of my powers, for the second time, and you keep on bringing them back to me.
So apologies, Chair. CSIR, please.
You are leading the entire delegation.
Thank you.
The absence of the minister and
Great. Chairperson of CSIR and CEO, please go ahead and respond.
Mr. Chakana, should I go ahead or do you
Yes,
want
please, CEO, please go ahead, Dr. Dlamini. Yes.
All right. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chakana. So we'll answer most of the questions. So we start with the one from Honorable Mazzoni on partnerships with the private sector. Our work by its very nature requires us to work very closely with the private sector, particularly when it comes to issues of commercialization of the intellectual property coming out of the CSIR. In fact, to ensure that there are no delays or hindrances to the CSIR being able to do this, we have exemption from National Treasury to Section 54 of the Public Finance Management Act, which helps us, of course, significantly to drive these engagements with the private sector. So all our commercialization activities happen, with some form of partnership. It could be a licensing arrangement. It could be us taking an equity stake in the startup that gets created from the IP and so forth. So that is integral to the work that we do. In terms of specific examples, I can mention one, which is a very big project, a very big partnership, if I can put it that way, with a company called Hensoldt. It's originally of German established in Germany, but with operations here in South Africa, in Pretoria, as well as in Cape Town. We've jointly invested in the commercialization of one of the IPs generated by the CSIR. Then the joint investment is now close to R500 million between us and the partner, looking at the commercialization of this IP. It's a radar system that we are developing with them, fourth generation radar. And they are in the market already, with these types of products. And they already have, for our system, orders from the UK Navy to retrofit this, into the fleet of the UK. It's just one example, and there are many others. All the work that Mr. Stein du Plessis was talking to in terms of what we are doing within CSR C-Cubed happens through some kind of partnership with industry. There are also other initiatives that we are driving which are not based on technology, where we are also looking at public-private partnership arrangements. For instance, as members of the committee will know, we have the International Convention Center here at the CSIR, and we're looking at expanding that by building residential accommodation to complement the convention center. We've engaged with National Treasury to get that project registered as a PPP project, and we will be going out to the market, to invite interested investors that could invest in the development of that particular facility. We'll not use our resources for that. We'll depend on the resources coming from the private sector to make this a reality. So there are examples like those that one can share with the committee in terms of public-private partnerships. There was also a question from Honorable Mazzoni in terms of the different government departments that we work with. In fact, we work with most government departments. Our concern, though, is that most of our engagements, if I set aside the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, as well as the Department of Defense and Military Veterans, for most of our engagements with government departments, they tend to be of a transactional nature. We'll respond to tenders, and we've been pushing for this for a long time now. The CSR should be seen as a strategic partner for all government departments on matters pertaining to technology, particularly in the areas that we are involved with as a CSR, where we've got the capabilities to support government, as opposed to this transactional arrangement that we have currently in terms of most of our engagement. So we would like to see this relationship maturing to becoming a much more strategic relationship, and the initiatives that the DG referred to in terms of the role that the department will be playing going forward with regards to trying to coordinate science broadly, will certainly play a very big role in terms of trying to address this shortcoming. Then there were questions from Honorable Nkosi on the impact of the geopolitical environment on the CSR. Yes, indeed, we are impacted by this. We have projects that we undertake which are funded, by the CDC and the like, which are under threat now in terms of their future. In February, we received an order from the US, a stop order to stop work, and of course, with the court interdict, we're then allowed to proceed up until the end of September this year. The future of those projects remains very uncertain, and these are significant amounts of money we're talking about, over 100 million. And so there is definitely a risk to us, but there are also other risks. For instance, we've done work with an entity in Europe, in Turkey, and we are now unable to get paid for the work that we've done because of sanctions that have been imposed against very senior individuals associated with this entity. And therefore, we are not able to get payments, back to the CSR. We've done the work, we now need to be paid, but we're not able to get paid for the work that we've done. So these issues impact us. There are also other projects in the pipeline that we were developing, in Eastern Europe, in the US, that now are also, going to be, that are being delayed because of the situation that the world finds itself today. So this is a serious issue for us, and it has a potential impact in terms of our ability to do business. Steps that we are taking to modernize infrastructure. I think the critical issue here is to get more investment, particularly in terms of the capitalization of the CSIR. And unfortunately, the types of assets that we invest in, laboratories, research facilities, You invest to build capability. They are not your typical production facilities or production infrastructure. It's not like you build a plant and you can say, well, once I've built this plant, I'm going to produce so many things which will generate so much revenue. You have to invest in these facilities to build a capability that you can then position in the market in terms of the work that you can attract. So they are not easy to justify on a pure return on investment basis. It's like if you build a bridge, you cannot justify, you will not recover the cost of building the bridge, but by doing that, you enable so many other things to happen, that are not always very easy to quantify. So the only way that we can invest in infrastructure in the main, except for a few examples in the CSIR, is through recapitalization by the state. And that is the issue that we need to address. There was a question of the percentage of CSIR colleagues with disabilities. I will ask Mr. Mabindisa to answer that once I'm done. So Mr. Mabindisa, if you can speak to that. There were questions around foot and mouth disease. Dr. Chikwamba, can you speak to that question, please? Then there were questions by Honorable Mjadu on the list of failed contracts leading to the decrease in the public sector income for the CSR for the current financial year. So maybe there's a misunderstanding there. It's not that the reduction is because contracts have failed. So last year we had a significant amount of investment that came through for infrastructure, which was a once-off investment in the order of about 350 million or so. And therefore this year that will not recur. And as a result, we are seeing the reduction in terms of the income for this year compared to the previous year. So it's not as a result of anything that has failed necessarily. Then there was a question around prioritizing depreciation. I think the way that we deal with our finances is in accordance, with best practices in terms of financial reporting. So we depreciate assets according to those practices. I don't know if the CFO wants to perhaps expand on that point in terms of how we deal with depreciation. There are two ways. There's what we call grant-funded assets, which we depreciate immediately. And then there are assets that we fund directly from our own reserves, which will then depreciate on a sliding scale, depending on the type of asset. But the CFO can speak to that. There were questions around cybersecurity and not seeing a line in our plan on cybersecurity. I think the fact that the line wasn't there doesn't mean that we don't invest in cybersecurity. We actually have quite a robust, as far as we're concerned, cybersecurity posture within the organization. We haven't had a cybersecurity breach in the CSIR, as far as I can recall. We've had many attempts, but we've been able to deal with them. So we've invested significantly in terms of our ICT infrastructure, but we would like to invest even more because, as you know, this is a very dynamic environment. And of course, we are limited by the resources that are available to us, but we've not had a breach in terms of cybersecurity within the organization. Then from Honorable Mtunu, in terms of the issues around innovative financing and partnership models to deal with issues of infrastructure and risk. I think we've already spoken to this in terms of how we see investment in infrastructure taking place within the organization. One thing that we don't want to do is to go on debt for us to invest in infrastructure, because that will then create an unsustainable situation for the CSIR. On issues of transformation, I think we are very deliberate about this in terms of, for instance, who we license our IP to, the SMMEs that we support within the CSIR. We ensure that, we bring issues of transformation with regards to that. I think, as I said in the presentation, one of our objectives is to drive inclusive growth of the South African economy. And inclusive growth for us means, of course, that we bring about transformation in the sectors in which we operate. So if I can invite Mr. Mabindisa to speak to the issue of disability, Dr. Chikwamba on foot and mouth disease, and the CFO, I don't know if you want to add anything on the issue of depreciation. Mr. Mabindisa, please, if you can get going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO. So on the issue of disability, so members will be obviously aware of the Employment Equity Amendment Act 4 of 2022, and as the CSIR we participated and contributed right to that within right, the professional science and technical sector. And the Department of Labor, right, has proposed a target of 3%. And as the CSIR, we are actually at 3%. So that's the where we are, right, in terms of people with disability. And here, this is mostly people in the SET space, in the core, right, of our business. So that's people that we've attracted, right, so to be in the space. And in terms of the programs, the focus has always obviously been on visible, right, disabilities. So what we've done, right, as a CSIR, we've now introduced webinars, right, where we are now focusing, right, on non-visible or invisible disabilities, and also the reasonable accommodation thereof, right, where we're now encouraging, right, people to declare, right, but in order to do that, you have to create the awareness, and we are doing that, the awareness, right, through the webinars, and as well as the psychological safety webinars. So that's so in terms of the programs. Then in terms of tracking, right? We have various forums, the Employment Equity Forums, the Women, right, and Youth Forum, and the disability objectives are integrated, right, in all these forums. And also we report to the Department of Labor on an annual basis, but furthermore, right, through the BBBE verification process, which is evidence-based, we report on the numbers, but also they also measure how we train employees, right, with disabilities. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mabindi. So Dr. Chikwamba, if you can speak to foot and mouth disease. Maybe you want to add also on the work we are doing to support small farmers. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. We developed a technology for the point-of-care diagnostics of foot and mouth disease. We licensed that technology to a local South African company called Tokabayo. I'm not aware at this time of their involvement in any ongoing outbreaks, but we have reached out to Dr. Piani Libya to let us know if they are getting involved, and we can include our response in a written response maybe, because we did license the technologies to them. There was also a question on our support to farmers, and I think it is important to mention how we're trying to use advanced technologies such as precision agriculture to help farmers with farm management technologies. I think that's something that we highlighted. We do have indeed many testimonials coming back from the farmers on the benefits that they are receiving on input costs. For example, the application of lime to acidic soils and the enhancement of yield. In cases raising yield from 2 tons to 8 tons per hectare. And we are working with provincial governments to ensure that these farmers get access to some of these technologies. I can cite the work that we're doing with the government in the Eastern Cape, some work in KwaZulu-Natal, and discussions ongoing in Limpopo. We continue to try and make sure that this technology is available to as many farmers as is possible, and the impact story will only be written, or will only know when we start to extend the utility of this technology to many more farmers on the platform, for which we require resources and for which we're trying to offer the technology commercially, but obviously within reason, so that farmers can get access. So I wanted to make that small addition to our support to farmers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Oparna.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to very briefly add that CSIR reports in terms of International Financial Reporting Standards, or IFRS, So you were very correct to say that our grant assets are expensed in full immediately as part of our running expenses. And then assets that we invest in terms of our own cash gets expensed over the expected useful life. So we don't show the full expense immediately. And that is why you would then see the increase in depreciation costs over the next year. And that basically demonstrates our commitment to invest in capital infrastructure. So it's not to the expense of the other, it is really to show that we are investing more in capital infrastructure as allowed. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Mr. Chakana, can I hand back to you, please? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. No, Chair, I think the management team has covered most of the questions that were posed. So we would be happy to, if there are any supplementary questions we may have missed, happy to take them. But I'm comfortable with the responses. Thank you.
DG, may I proceed?
Yes, please, please. Yes, please, Chair.
Thank you, DG. We've recorded 18 questions that came from the portfolio committee, and thanks for all those inputs, committee members. It is really appreciated. How we'll handle with them, due to the sensitivity to time, is we'll address some of them, and then but we commit to provide a written responses to all the questions that have been posed to SANSA. I would like to deal with one question that has actually been raised by 4 members of the portfolio committee, and it's not the first time this question is being raised. So I think it's time that we address it. And then for the rest of the questions, we'll try and get the CEO and the management to actually answer them. The question that I would like to deal with is the question of how does SANSA measure and monitor the impact of our strategic outcomes. I must state that it is a valid question that the members are actually asking. In the APP, you will notice that there is actually 2 targets that are contracted for this financial year. One is to develop a methodology and the matrices that are going to be used to measure the impact, the outcomes and the impact, so that you can track whether the work that we are doing has the intended outcome and impact to as contracted in our strategic plan. So we hope to present these methods and matrices when we actually meet again in the next strategic planning cycle in 2026-27. CEO, I'm handing over to you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Just in addition to the 2 indexes that we're working on, the National Space Market Share as well as the National Space Capability Index, we are also implementing the M&E framework aligned with the National Evaluation Policy Framework. And of course, we'll be conducting midterm and end-term reviews to assess the outcomes and the impact of strategic interventions of flagships as outlined in the strategic plan. We will also assess the key projects through evaluations and determine the impact of those. In conclusion, we would also develop tools such as the theory of change to assist in identifying and measuring impact. So that's the work that we've prioritized on evaluating the impact of initiatives and project. On the issue of the national space policy migration to the DSTI, we've noted that I believe that the DSTI is handling that with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The impact on youth on our youth development on our programs, as Ms. Sapo, you would see in the strategic plan that we have outcome indicator that's looking at percentage increase in professional graduates in space-related professions. As you may know, we do have a bursary program thanks to the DSTI and NRF. And the idea is to really begin to look at how we put in place instruments that can support these graduates for absorption or for increase in absorption. We have put in place funding instruments such as the Neo Frontiers funding instrument that's looking at the downstream and how we can support startups and new entrants into the market so that we can see the growth of the industry or the local industry. TI as well with the SANSA, the DSTI, also have a funding instrument to support SMEs, as well as NEOS, the National Earth Observation Space Secretariat makes calls to empower these SMEs and so on. So those are some of the instruments that we're putting in place, and we're hoping that in partnership with other government entities, whether through the DTIC entities such as the IDC or the National Empowerment Fund, that we will be looking at co-investment in supporting youth development, but also industry and creating more opportunities for youth and women. We have also finalized an artisan and technicians program because of the demand from the upstream segment. We're hoping that we will partner with the DSTI and the National Skills Fund at DHET, as well as the CTIST to create and provide support as well as more opportunities for the youth in these areas. With regard to EOSET 1, just to state that you would have seen in our new mission that part of this mission is to advance South Africa's national interest in transforming and supporting the growth of the space industry. And it was precisely on that basis that we had to look at what will be the suitable model, given that we were given clear instruction from the DSTI to complete EOSET 1. But I just thought Chair should give a little bit of a background that EOSET 1 was put on hold in around September 2018, where the DSTI at the time requested that we conduct an independent panel review on the EOSET project. And that review was conducted, concluded in 2019. And what then happened, 2020, COVID hit. And I want the committee to note that, of course, due to that impact on industry or the companies that we have on COVID, where most of these companies were struggling, some of them, of course, collapsed. Those that were able to survive sold equity for sustainability reasons, of course, and to improve their balance sheets. That, of course, we're very excited that it resulted in industry bringing much needed foreign direct investment. However, that also meant that most of those companies, if not 100% of those companies in the upstream segment, are foreign owned. And this is the harsh reality that we're facing today in this country. And therefore, if we do not advance our national interest through transformation and supporting the growth of the space industry, we will find ourselves, as I said earlier on, the security of supply for the state. This is sovereign, this is strategic capabilities. And therefore, it means that we have to be deliberate in how we contract. And I can reaffirm to the committee that the decision that was taken with working with Denel, of course, this is the way we've contracted. It's based on milestones and deliverables, the payments, but also to clearly again demonstrate that the instruction in the agreement that we entered into was to ensure that the program or the EOSat, the satellite, which goes beyond just EOSat-1, that the satellite build program should be inclusive. Yes, of course, we could have gone the route of single source supply or procure the satellite from one supplier, which would, of course, defeat the whole purpose of ensuring that we have an exclusive space program. The strategy was that we were going to ensure that we create consortiums. Those consortium would then work together in providing subsystems, components to build the satellites and to put together the mission of the satellite that would then be launched. And I just want to again stress that we have engaged. We know that they were disgruntled. 3 companies that wrote to the DSTI, and of course we've responded fully, and that response can be made available if it's required. We met with industry on the 28th of June, and the feedback that the board and ourselves as SANSA received was very positive. We'll continue engaging with industry so that they can understand the role that SANSA needs to be playing in ensuring that we do build an inclusive and a transformed industry. But of course, most importantly, we have to build satellites that are going to respond to government requirements and as well and contribute in creating local industry opportunities and growth in the country. On the other issue on the flagships, I think I've responded, Chair, to say that we've put in place, of course, very detailed risk registers and a clear implementation plan for all our flagships to ensure that they become successful. And we're seeing this impact in the way that programs or projects are being managed. We're seeing a huge improvement in the delivery of our projects. Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, CEO. Chair, if you allow us to put a comprehensive response on all the questions that have actually been posed, so that we do justice to responding to the members. Back to you, DG.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Honorable Chairperson, I would like now to hand over to you and the committee.
Thank you to both CSIR and SANSA for the responses and for the presentation and your availability to the portfolio committee. We will await those responses that were committed from your side to come through written responses. we are now going to release UDG and your team and remain with the portfolio committee members for portfolio committee business. Have yourself a great day and goodbye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Shanaz, I'm now ready to start with our business.
There's no business for today. There's no minutes. We'll do it next week when we consider a report on the DSTI budget. That meeting will also be virtual next week, Chairperson. And thereafter, we will for the 2 weeks not have meetings because of the EPCs. Some of those EPCs are scheduled for in the morning, and members want to sit on some of those other departmental budgets. So for the other 2 weeks, for the outer 2 weeks, there won't be committee meetings, and then we'll come back for probably the last 2. What I'll do is to consolidate some of the from the last few meetings. Quite a few invitations has been highlighted in terms of what the committee should see or go to. So we'll consolidate that and maybe put it in a package for the committee for members to consider how we prioritize where we want to go and when. Yes, Chair, that's all from my side for today. Thanks.
Thank you, Shanaz. It's Honorable Bishop still here. I think we can also raise, and because what he was raising, the portfolio committee was important on the joint portfolio committee of agriculture. Honorable Bishop. Honorable
He may
Bishop.
not. I don't think he's still on because he has another meeting. But I'll liaise with him, and we can put it as one of our resolutions at the end of our minutes so that we can follow up on it. If that's fine, Chair.
Yeah, that's fine, Janice. That's fine. I think that is it for today. Let's meet next week in the portfolio committee meeting, and then have yourself a great day and goodbye.
Thank you, Chair.
Sabo.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
On the phone,